Hi, Tony.
Good morning.
We are technically broadcasting on YouTube right now.
Oh, wow. First time doing that.
But it's not actually live for attendees yet. So
Nice. Okay, let me do some sound work really quick.
yeah.
All right. Wendy, you there?
Yes, your sound is good.
Great, thank you. Yours as well. So I have my Q&A window up here. I got the participant window up. Have our Slack up. Oh, let me put my phone number in.
Yeah, I'm not sure who came up with that as an idea, but that's a really good idea for us to.
Yep, absolutely.
everybody. Adele here.
Hi, Adele.
Hey, Adele. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, there we go.
When we start, Tony, I'm guessing you'll want to turn your video off so that you, as a sort of behind the scenes, aren't showing.
Oh, yes. Thank you. It's just on by default. Sorry.
Yeah. It's
Yes, Adele. I'm not hearing anything twice. I'm not getting any feedback. The sound is good for me. Oh, yeah. I'm only on Zoom. I'm not on YouTube. Perhaps that's why you're on Zoom and YouTube. Okay, testing 1, 2. Adele, just testing if you can only hear things once now. Testing. Mic check 1, 2. Testing, testing. Good morning. Testing, 1, 2. Okay, great.
Does everything seem okay right now? Do you think I should open this up so attendees can join?
If you're asking me, yeah, I don't see any issue with us getting into it.
Yeah, I'm not hearing any feedback or anything. So yeah,
What-
it looks good.
What are you seeing on the screen? Because it now says my screen sharing is paused. So
I see the NASIG opening slide, you know, with the logos and NASIG 35th annual conference.
Okay. As long as we're seeing something that's reasonable, then we're good.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I will figure out which thing I need to click, which was obvious before.
It's always fun to click on the attendees tab and watch everyone pile in.
Yeah, I've never done that on a thing, so it's a. I am not finding the broad, maybe it's just this. Just I don't want to mess up what Beth was doing, so. We are live. And the attendees come in. Whoa.
Good morning. This is just a sound check for attendees. Microphone check. Good morning. Mic check 1, mic check 2.
Good morning, Tony. You sound good. Can you hear me all right?
Yes. Yep. Good morning.
And I'm just going to go ahead and start sharing my slides for the opening session. And we will get started probably just slightly after the hour to make sure that everybody has a chance to get signed on and make sure that everything's working. Hi, everyone. I was just going to say a quick welcome to those who have joined already, just so that you know that people are here and you can check if your sound is working all right. And if it's not, please, I think we would just want people to enter into the Q&A to let us know if there's any trouble. And we'll be getting started in just a couple minutes. It looks like we've already got a sizable crowd here, which is great. And I just want to make sure that everybody has a minute or two past the hour to get connected. Okay, I think we can go ahead and get started. Hi, everybody. My name is Kristen Wilson, and I have been the president of NASIG for the past year. And I just wanted to wish everybody who's here a very warm welcome to our first ever NASIG online conference. It's really exciting to see so many people registered and to see how many people are here already. I'm looking at the participants number and it's just going up like a counter. So We're very excited to have you all here and to get to be able to put on our conference despite the circumstances this year, and to be able to share NASIG and what we do with a much broader audience than we usually get to interact with. So, I mean, there's just a lot to be excited about. So for this session this morning, I'm going to be doing just about 15 minutes of introductory remarks to welcome everybody and to give a little context about NASIG for those who aren't as familiar with the organization. And then Jamie Carlstone, who's the chair of our Awards and Recognition Committee, will be doing a short awards presentation for this year's award winners. And then at 1:30, we will be turning things over to Janetta Waterhouse, our vision speaker for NASIG this year. So I think we have a really great program lined up, and I'm just really excited that you could all be here with us. So before I really get into the meat of my welcoming remarks, there's just a couple things that I wanted to share and give people a moment to reflect on before we start our activities together. So the first one is a land acknowledgement, and this is something that NASIG had begun doing for our last couple conferences. Basically just taking a moment to acknowledge those who were originally on the land that we have been using for our in-person meetings. And since we are not meeting in person this year, we kind of wanted to take a moment to just have from some reflection on this in a broader way. And we found this acknowledgement that we thought really captured the spirit of what we wanted to say. So I'm just going to pause for a few seconds to give people a chance to read through this and reflect on that. Thank you. And then also at this time, I did also just want to acknowledge a statement that NASIG released yesterday against racism and against the murder of George Floyd and the protests that have been going on in support of Black Americans and the Black Lives Matter movement. I know a statement is really a small thing to do, and we really hope to do more and do better in the coming years. I think we have tried to acknowledge, the bias within NASIG towards a mostly white membership and within librarianship. And in some ways, this is just sort of reminding us that we really do need to get serious about thinking about how we can be a positive part of change in that area. And so we are going to be making that a priority for NASIG over the course of the next year. And we would love to hear from members and new members and non-members about ways that we can do that. And also in support of this, NASIG has made a $500 donation to Black Lives Matter. And so we just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge all that's been going on, not only in the past weeks, but for much longer than that. And so now I'll move on to introduce the conference and tell you all a little bit about NASIG and what we're doing this year. As I mentioned or alluded to, we normally hold an annual conference for NASIG in person every year around early June. And we were very sad not to be able to make it this year to Spokane, Washington, where we had planned to be meeting and to get to see each other, because NASIG really is a community, and a lot of us have known each other and been friends for many years. And so we're, as sad as we are to not be able to do that, we're also really proud and happy to be able to offer this online conference. And I wanted to start off by thanking our sponsors for allowing us to make this event possible. Almost all of our sponsors agreed to stay on and continue as sponsors, which was amazing. And so we want to say thank you to De Gruyter, EBSCO, ACS Publications, Oxford University Press, Bloomsbury, Unsub, Springer Nature, Index Data, Duke University Press, and AIP Publishing, all for agreeing to sponsor the online conference and allow us to hold the event and basically break even on it, which is great for us as an organization. We can't thank them enough. And I do encourage people to attend the sponsor lightning rounds that we'll be holding today and tomorrow. In addition to being sponsors, many of these vendors and publishers are active NASIG members. They're members of our community, and their talks are not just sales pitches. You know, they are active participants in NASIG. So let's all give them some support and thanks. I did also want to talk a little bit about NASIG and who we are, since I know that we'll have a lot of people in the audience who may not have attended a NASIG event before or be familiar with NASIG. And so some of the key facts about NASIG. So we are an independent nonprofit organization. We're a 503c, and we are focused on being kind of a home for professional development and continuing education in areas of scholarly publishing, library acquisitions and cataloging, and the distribution of academic resources in general. We are an all volunteer organization, so we don't have any paid staff. We do everything that we do thanks to our membership, and they do an amazing job with all of that. So that is very impressive. We do focus a lot on continuing education and kind of being a professional home for people in the space. So our annual conference is really our flagship event, and we also do continuing education programming throughout the year and try to engage in that space with things like the NASIG core competencies documents that we have done for some time. And then finally, NASIG is also a partner in a lot of organizations in this similar field. And we try to be an active partner in helping to develop best practices and standards and to engage with organizations who are working on a lot of that. And so I'll just quickly show some of the groups that we are partners with. And these are all great groups who are doing a lot of good work, and being partners with them gives us opportunities for our membership to engage with these groups, whether it's being on an IFLA committee or, you know, we offer a travel award for the UKSG conference. We have a chance to vote on standards that are coming out. And so if this is an area of interest for you, NASIG can really be a great way to find some ways to get involved in these various partnerships. And so I did also just want to kind of give a little bit of an overview of how you can support NASIG. So if you are attending this event and maybe getting to know NASIG for the first time, I really urge you to consider becoming a NASIG member. We have membership details on our website. If you just go to nasig.org, even, it's very easy to find that information. And membership gives you discounted conference registration and registration for other webinars and events, as well as the opportunity to participate in the NASIG governance structure and work on some of our different groups or participate in those partnerships. And so we also, if this is something of interest to you and you are interested in becoming a member, I really urge you to become an active member as well. We're currently seeking volunteers for a number of our committees, and we'd love to have you get more involved. And I can just say from a personal note, as somebody who's been involved in NASIG for more than 10 years now, I mean, it's a great way to get professional service and do those types of activities. It's also just a great way to meet people and expand your network beyond just your institution. And that has been a really satisfying part of NASIG, at least from my perspective. In terms of following NASIG, we are on kind of all the usual social media platforms. So if there is one of your choice that you like to use, you know, just search for NASIG and you'll find us. And Twitter in particular, if you are somebody who does Twitter, we have the NASIG 2020 hashtag for the conference, and you can get on there for some conference discussion, as well as the forums, which I'll mention in more detail in just a moment. So we usually do some conference highlights at the start of each event. And so as I mentioned, this is our first online conference, which means that we're seeing just an incredible turnout. So we have more than 2,600 registered attendees, which is pretty amazing. And at the moment, we have 859 people on this webinar, which is also pretty impressive. I mean, that's double the size of our in-person event already, just in terms of people who are here. So we're very excited about that. And we've got some great representation as well. We've got registrants from 25 countries and 6 continents. Oh, and you know what? I actually forgot to update these numbers. I think we actually have 350 NASIG members here, and then the remainder, all non-members. We've got 61 speakers and 12 award winners. And then it wouldn't be NASIG if we didn't have a shout out to Susan Davis, who is our all-timer who has been to every NASIG conference and was really instrumental in starting the organization. So hi, Susan, glad that you could be with us again this year. I also wanted to mention our vision speaker, who I'll be introducing in just a few minutes, but we have Janetta Waterhouse here today to talk with us this morning, and she's going to be presenting about change management and how we can engage in that process. And, you know, I think for many reasons now more than ever, that's a topic that that can always be of use. And so I really look forward to hearing Janetta's talk. Just a few things to highlight here. We do have a code of conduct for this conference, and we've tried to post it everywhere that you might be, on the conference site, Sketch, the forums. And we do take that seriously, so please do take a look at that code of conduct. And if anything happens that is, you know, uncomfortable or that you have concerns about, please look at the code of conduct and get in touch, and that will have some information about how you can report any issues that you might have. Although I sincerely hope that that won't be a problem for anyone, but we do have that in place. We have some conference forums set up this year, and these should be linked in all the relevant places as well. So we have the regular conference forum, which has all of the presentations, and so we can have discussion there about individual presentations, and please do go on there and get involved, and presenters will be able to get back to those and respond to questions. And we also, as I should have mentioned earlier, we also have on-demand content that is going to be available on YouTube, and we'll have a forum for all of that as well, so that those presenters who aren't presenting live this week will be able to look at questions and respond to those. And then we also have a second forum that's for information and socializing. And so that you can go there for questions, for first timer forum, for just some fun topics and in general, hanging out, you know, trying to capture at least a little bit of the spirit of the social element of NASIG, which is important. And then conference evaluation, you don't need to worry too much about this URL right now, but we will be sending out an evaluation, and I would encourage you to fill that out so that we can learn from our first online event and hopefully be able to incorporate an online element into next year's conference as well. And then normally we have a closing session at NASIG, and one of our traditions is that we hand off the baton of leadership to the next year's NASIG president. And since we're not having a closing session this year, I did want to wrap up by introducing our next president, Betsy Appleton from the University of Texas School of Law. Betsy has been a wonderful vice president this year, and I really look forward to serving on the board with her next year. And I know that she's going to do an amazing job. So thank you, Betsy. And I am sad not to get to honor you in our traditional way. And then finally, I'll just mention a save the date for next year's conference. At least as of right now, we are hoping to be able to meet in person next year in Madison, Wisconsin, from May 16th to 21st. So if you enjoy the event this year, definitely keep that in mind. And I think we hope to have more of a prominent online component next year as well. So, you know, keep tabs on us and keep that one in mind. So thank you for listening to those opening remarks. At this point, I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I'm going to turn things over to Jamie for the awards presentation.
Okay, I am unmuting my mic. I'm not going to turn the video on for the bandwidth, and I'm going to start sharing. So if you don't hear anything, I hope people are typing in the comments.
You sound good, Jamie.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna get started. Let me just make sure I can see where it's okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Jamie Carlstone from Northwestern University Library. I'm currently speaking to you from the north side of Chicago. So before I announce this year's award winners, I would like to thank the Awards and Recognition Committee and the board for their hard work. This was an unusual year, so I really leaned on them for help. All winners will be honored at next year's ceremony. Any winners receiving cash awards received their award this spring as usual. This year, NASIG awarded 1 candidate in each category, resulting in a total of 12 winners. We have winners from the United States, Canada, and Mexico, so we have all of North America covered this year. The first award is the Diversity and Inclusion Award, which was proposed to further our organization's mission to increase the diversity of our membership. This year's winner is Revka Cook from Indiana University, Bloomington. The next award is the Horizon Award for Early Career Professionals. This year's winner is Ilda Cardenas from California State University, Fullerton. The first student award is the Mexican Student Grant, awarded to a Mexican LIS student to attend NASIG. This year's winner is Omar Alejandro Llanes Sandoval from Universidad de Guadalajara, Sistema de Universidad Virtual. Our second student award is the Fritz Schwartz Serials Education Scholarship. The scholarship is named in honor of Fritz Schwartz, who is a well-known and highly respected authority on electronic data interchange, the internet, and library standards. He was a frequent speaker at NASIG annual conferences. His last NASIG appearance was to conduct a highly rated workshop at the 10th conference at Duke University. He actively participated in NISO and the International Committee on EDI for Serials. At the time of his death, Schwartz was manager of electronic services and standards at the Faxon Company. NASIG is pleased to offer this scholarship in memory of his many contributions to the library profession and to honor his energy, warmth, humor, and passion for standards. This year's winner is Medina Grace of the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. The third student award is the John Riddick Student Grant. Student grants are named in honor of John F. Riddick, co-founder and first elected president of NASIG in 1986. The idea for student grants came from John Riddick, and they were first awarded in 1988. This year's winner is Erin Calhoun of the University of Toronto. The First Timer Award is, as it sounds, an award to sponsor first-time attendance at NASIG. This year's winner is Nancy Belafonte of the University of Pennsylvania Carey Law School. The purpose of the Paraprofessional Award is to provide a promising parapro with the opportunity to advance their knowledge and understanding of information resource management by attending NASIG. This year's winner is Rebecca Jude of the University of Kentucky. The John Merriman Award is a joint venture between NASIG and UKSG to allow a member of each group to attend the conference of their sister organization. The purpose of this conference swap is for people working at a practical level in information resource management to learn and share experiences at the UKSG Annual Conference or the NASIG Annual Conference. It was named in honor of John Merriman for his work in starting both NASIG and UKSG. The winner, sponsored by NASIG, is Christy White of Duquesne University. The winner, sponsored by UKSG, is Lisa N. of Harriet Watt University in Edinburgh. This scholarship is named in honor of Rose Robuchon to provide an information resources professional lacking funds for professional travel the ability to afford attendance at the annual conference. During her 2 decades of active service in NASIG, Rose served as member and chair of several NASIG committees and held the elected position of treasurer from 2005 to 2007. NASIG is pleased to offer this scholarship in memory of Rose's many contributions to the library profession and to honor her energy, warmth, and humor. This year's winner is Drew Baldoff of the University of Findlay. Bertie McLennan Award is for a mid-career information professional. Bertie McLennan is remembered by almost everyone who has ever worked with serials in a professional capacity as the list owner and moderator for Serialist, the unique forum for discussion of serials in libraries since October of 1990. She gave generously of her time and experience with colleagues near and far and was full of humor and good spirit. Throughout her career, she was a friend and fan of the NASIG organization, volunteering in many roles. NASIG benefited immeasurably from the life of Bertie McLennan, one of the foremost librarians of her generation. This year's winner is Greg Yorba of California State University, Fullerton. Our next award is the Capstone Award, given to a NASIG member who has made a significant contribution to our profession. The Capstone winner is nominated by their colleagues for the award. This year, 2020, is the first winner. This year's winner is Kara Davidson of Mississippi State University. Our final award is the Marcia Tuttle Award. The grant is named in honor of Marcia Tuttle. Marcia Tuttle's career was characterized by her energetic activism on behalf of library publisher communication and fair serials pricing, and for her dedication to educating and mentoring. This year's award will fund research in India. The winner is Mantra Roy of San Jose State University. And that concludes the NASIG Awards for 2020, and we hope to see all our winners in 2021. Thank you.
Thanks, Jamie. And I just want to add my congratulations to all of our winners as well. I'm looking forward to getting to meet all of you next year in person. So at this point, we'll get ready to introduce our vision speaker, Janetta Waterhouse. And Janetta, if you want to get ready to start sharing your slides while I do your introduction, you can start that whenever you're ready. So it's my pleasure to introduce this year's vision speaker for NASIG, Janetta Waterhouse. Janetta is the Director of the Technical Services and Library Systems Division at the University at Albany, which is made up of the Acquisition Services, Discovery Services, Metadata Services, and Library Systems departments. Prior to coming to the UA, she served in director roles at West Virginia University and University of Illinois at Springfield as an implementation manager at OCLC, a technical analyst in an information consortium, and other library systems positions. She received an undergraduate degree in computer science with a minor in mathematics and a graduate degree in library and information science from the University of Iowa. She's completing a second master's degree in IT management and leadership from the UIS, where she also completed a graduate certificate in human resource management. She holds a project management professional certification and specializes in providing effective management and leadership at the intersection of technology, people, and projects. And today, Janetta is going to be talking to us on the topic of, oh, I'm sorry, I lost the exact title, but she's going to be talking about change management. I'm sure we'll be introducing her topic much better than I did. So welcome, Janetta, and thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here. I'm a little nervous because of the online format. I'm used to seeing faces and getting some feedback, so we'll see how it goes. Change. What emotions come up when you hear this word? Is it this unwelcome, unrelenting directive from some controlling source? Is it perhaps a siren call to you, beckoning you to glorious and rocky shores? It's a very emotionally charged word in our environment, even before everything that has come up, but especially more so. And it is kind of a dividing line for us. Are you an adrenaline junkie on the leading edge of every change coming along? Or are you a Luddite stuck in the mud, throttling progress? In my experience working with organizations through change, people want to make sure they put a stake in one side or the other, or to be particularly neutral. But would it surprise you to know that even those of us who have a relatively high risk tolerance still have a lot of doubts? You know, those of us who are more comfortable with change, we still wonder, is this the right change at the right time? Did I engage people in the right way? Did I set the schedule too fast or too slow? What could I have done differently? You know, what is it about change? It is happening more frequently now in society, and the expectation is that we're going to be more comfortable with it, handle it better. And why are some people so averse to change while other people think it's so necessary? When I worked at the University of Illinois at Springfield, I started working on my second master's degree in computer science. And I had the opportunity to take an IT leadership program. And I decided that I wanted to focus on leadership. So I used my computer science courses as part of an IT management and leadership degree that I'm nearing the end of, just have to finish my thesis. And I realized something over the years, and the over 100 articles and the multiple textbooks and other books that I've read and other sources that I thought would help libraries. And I don't really consider myself a visionary. So when I was first asked, I was hesitant, but I had gotten a lot of good feedback on the types of information that I was sharing. So I agreed, and I tend to take every opportunity I can to share this information that I've put together. It's not really my information, just how I've collated it from various sources. And what I found is that there is a way forward to be successful. So imagine in libraries that you hired a new person, whether they have a library degree or not. And on their first day in technical services, you tell them with no library experience, this publisher has changed their publication pattern, go into this system and make that change for us. Or let's say we have a journal title change, go catalog that for us. What are the odds that that person is going to be successful, right? They're not going to be successful because they don't have the knowledge that they need to do their job. In libraries, we might be implementing a new system. We might be piloting new purchasing models. What does it take to be successful? Well, as a leader, as a change agent, as a project manager, you don't have to manage people to be a leader. In fact, every organization needs leaders from within in order to be successful. What does it take? Well, it takes domain knowledge. And over the years that I was working on my program, you know, one course at a time and moving and changing jobs a couple times, I realized that having a map to this domain knowledge would be helpful for people. I hadn't found it anywhere. It's a lot of information. I will say that I'm probably breaking all kinds of presentation rules by providing a dense amount of information, but I have gotten a good response from it in the past. And I think it's because those of us who work in libraries love organizing information. And so this is a way to kind of put a framework together quickly for people who can then go off and do things. As I mentioned, I was particularly interested in learning about leadership, and not just, you know, the kind of practitioner books that you could buy at Barnes & Noble, although many of them are great. I was interested in, what does the scholarship of leadership look like? You know, what are the definitions and the theories? And so I've put this together. The slides have been made available, and I'll confess that there are a few more slides in the PDF than what I'm going to cover. The material is just too dense for a presentation format. But I think it's useful information in case that's something that you're interested in. So what I'm providing here today is this kind of jump start by mapping the domain of change management, leadership, and a very little bit on project management. But what I encourage each of you to do, however you're taking notes, maybe just in your head or on paper electronically, is to make 2 lists. And one is to keep in mind what you're bringing to the table. Don't start from a position of deficit of what you don't know. Everybody's bringing something to the table. You have a lot invested in your careers, and you're bringing a certain kind of expertise, and make sure you're aware of that, and don't minimize that. And the other list I would encourage you to make is the things that are specific that I'm going to talk about that apply to you in your situation with the change initiative that you have on your plate. All of it together is a lot. You know, it was years in the making, and every situation is specific. So I encourage you to kind of use these directions to select and use what works for you. Now, I have to start with this whole question about the difference between management and leadership. That's something that comes up a lot. And while I think it is possible, you know, one school of thought is leadership is totally separate from management. You can be a great visionary leader and not be able to manage your way out of a sack. There may be corporations or global organizations big enough to have that kind of visionary leader. My own personal opinion, and in my experience, libraries aren't among those. You know, I've had bosses who were great managers and maybe not particularly innovative, and they were great places to work. I've known of situations where there was a lot of vision and idea generating without the ability to implement, and those were difficult places. There was just a lot of frustration, a lot of contention. So I fall on the side that management is a subset. I'm sorry, that leadership is a subset of management. That if you're a new manager or interested in management, I would encourage you to focus on those skills. And there may be Q&A about, well, what's the difference? There's one phrase that if you haven't heard, you may hear that I think kind of sums it up. Managers do things right, and leaders do the right things. So if you're in a place where you're already doing the things you need to be doing, you're on a path and it's just almost a status quo, then you want to have these management skills. This is my list. But if you're working on a change initiative of some significance, you're focusing on how to kind of redirect people, and that's no small task, which is why I'm focusing on it today. So as far as management goes, the top of the list is communication and active listening. They really go together, but they're worth separating. You're going to have a lot to do, so you should have time management and productivity skills down and be able to coach other people in those. Team building is essential. And if there was ever a time to make a case for diversity, equity, and inclusion, professional development, implicit bias training, recognizing microaggressions, bystander intervention, now is that time. Performance management, I think, is a cornerstone to managing people. I'm going to talk more about that. And for those of us, especially in technical services, process management, workflow analysis is very critical to be an effective manager. So although my focus is on mapping this domain for leadership, change management, and project management, it is within this context, this overarching context of management. And over the years in managing people and talking about managing people with others and participating in workshops and conducting sessions, I have come across what I think are very good management tips, and those are going to be noted with this extra label here up on the side. And what that means is that it's really more applicable across the board and not just specific to change management. And I'm going to start with a tip. If you're a manager, do your job. Performance management is essential. I think some people want to think that it's about being too nice to give difficult feedback to people, but feedback is so important. And if you're not going to do it, who else can, right? And I'm not saying that it's easy, it's difficult, I've struggled with it, but what I can say positively is that it gets easier the more you do it. I have a couple more slides with more information that I'm going to put up for you to read while I talk through this very important topic. I've had past work experience in one case with someone who was incredibly difficult, very negative, overbearing, hard to work with. And her boss, my colleague, I think felt like she was just too nice to, deal with that. What I realized as I was working through my coursework and my leadership training is that not giving feedback to one person meant like a dozen of us were suffering. There's nothing nice about that, right? So don't kid yourself that you or your colleagues are just too nice, because if other people are struggling, it's something that you need to address. In another situation, another colleague was a very incompetent individual, didn't do their job, wasn't interested in doing a good job. And that boss, we had the same boss, thought they were too collegial, I guess, to deal with it. So what they did instead was to redistribute that person's work among others of us. So not a great work environment. And those were under normal circumstances, those can be challenging. If you have change initiatives, especially significant ones, if your managers aren't dealing with that piece of it, everything else is going to be much harder. And I sometimes at this point get questions about, oh gosh, I've experienced this, what should I do? I'm not checking the Q&A right now, but I will be circling back to this topic. As I mentioned, my second master's degree was to focus on leadership. Around that time, I also had the opportunity to work as an implementation manager for a library services platform, and then have had a couple positions since then where I was on the other side of the fence working in a library that was migrating to a library services platform. And as I mentioned, leadership is often very, very closely tied with change, right? You need good leadership to make changes. So change management became something I felt I needed to learn more about. And it is really kind of its own discipline and has its own domain. There is the formal definition there. The second one is how I refer to it, an approach to transition individuals and teams and organizations to that desired future state, right? You go through your strategic planning process. You look at this desired future state, where you want to go, you evaluate where you're at, where you're currently at, and how to close the gap, right? And why is that so important? Well, look where we're at globally with technology and innovation and change. And I will take just a moment here to say that I appreciate the opening remarks that Kristen shared. This is a really troubling time that we're in. What I would say is that my focus is on organizational change. Remember, I majored in computer science, so I don't know how applicable these topics are to the societal change that is so desperately needed right now. I leave that for others to interpret. So when it comes to change management, there are many models to look at. There are many more than I can cover today, but if you're particularly interested in change management, if that's one of the areas you're putting on your list to focus on, you might do a search for change management models. I'm going to talk about three that are pretty common. John Cotter is an emeritus professor from Harvard, and his 8 steps are very well known as if you're looking into leadership and change. I actually first ran across it with the article listed at the bottom, which put the spin on here's everything that can go wrong. And when I first presented on it, it was a little tough because you want to focus on here's what you can do right with your upcoming change. But I found, eventually this website that's listed here puts them in that positive sense. And I will say that I used this heavily with the SUNY-wide migration from Olive to Alma that the University at Albany participated in. We went live last year. In particular, I think having that strategic vision and getting change agents, that volunteer army, is very important. The Kubler-Ross change curve is a model that focuses more on the emotional responses. So, and the phases that people move through. So if you're in an organization where everybody's on board and everybody's excited about the change, this might not be a good model for you. In my experience, people who work in libraries have had years to become experts at what they're doing in these systems that they're doing them in. And when you migrate from these legacy ILSs, these client server technology from the 90s, to these next generation library service platforms, the LSPs, these cloud hosted systems, it's a big change. And what you're doing is you're taking their expertise away from them. And that is hard for people. It's a very emotional thing. So this may very well be a model that works for you. Lewin's change model is one that also comes up quite a bit. And the idea here is that you unfreeze through preparation and getting buy-in, you implement the change, and then you refreeze with internalizing these changes. There are many, many dimensions of change to look into. There are internal and external drivers. Sometimes an external driver, like a pandemic, can turn into an internal driver with a serious budget cut. There are types of change: organizational, technological, cultural. A change that could start as technological might end up in a reorg. The change in technology in the reorg may affect the culture, so it's possible for these to be intertwined. And there are different levels of change, incremental and transformational, that I'll talk more about. These dimensions, though, I put out here because they are helpful for those conversations that you need to have with people about change. They can help you make your case if you explain where the change is coming from or the type of change to expect, as opposed to someone coming in and saying, I'm a new manager, we're going to change things just because I said so. You're not going to get a lot of buy-in doing it that way. So when it comes to levels of change, we have this first order change, adaptive change. And this is something we've been doing in libraries for decades. We're always adjusting our processes, or folding in a new format type or a new way of doing things. And the second order change, transformational change, the very nature of it, it shouldn't happen often, right? Even those of us who are comfortable with change can't have transformative change every couple of years. It's exhausting. So understanding the type of change can also be part of your conversation. And, I could make the case that if you're talking about a first order change, kind of smaller changes, you could focus on those managerial skills, process management, time management, performance management. But if you're talking about transformational change, you need, to deepen those skill sets. That's something that you really need to be prepared for and be intentional about. And this is one of the reasons with the implementation differences, these incremental changes, you can map how you're going to get there. You can communicate that in advance and prepare people. Transformational change, it's really impossible to know exactly where you're going to end up. You have the direction that you're heading, but the saying, building a bridge while you cross it, or building the plane while you fly in it, that's kind of the nature of transformational change. You need a change strategy, but the process emerges, and the process depends on the leadership that you have. I've seen ILS to LSP migrations that had some technical difficulty, but at an organization with really good leadership that brought people together, and they were successful and positive. They ended up in a good place. I've also seen migrations where there were technical difficulties and the leadership from the top was not uniting and inclusive. It was divisional, and it made it a lot harder, and success was a lot more difficult to feel at the end of that. And this brings me to another manager's tip. Risk tolerance is a phrase that you'll hear a lot when you're talking about change management. Some people are risk averse, some people are more risk tolerant, and that leads to their comfort level with change. But a common reason in my experience that people resist change is, again, that expertise is being kind of taken away from them. At least that's how they feel. They will learn the new skills. They will become an expert in the new system. But along the way, they're going to have a lot of questions. There's going to be a lot they don't know. They're likely to make quite a few mistakes. If your organization has a culture of perfection, that's going to be harder for them. So let people know it's okay to take risks. And even if you can, model that. I point out to people in meetings, divisional meetings, departmental meetings, things that I did wrong or the mistakes I made. Not because I want people to think I'm a screw up, but because I want people to see it happens. It's okay. And here's what I learned from it. And we need to figure out a new way where this doesn't happen. Now we move on to the second of the three, leadership. And there are a lot of different definitions for this. The simple way to say it is you're getting work done through other people. Thinking about the change initiatives we referred to, you're motivating others to accomplish work directed toward a goal. One thing that I think is important to note about leadership, as with many other terms that you will come across, in and of itself, it does not make a value statement. You can provide bad leadership on a project, right? Just saying that you're providing leadership doesn't necessarily mean that it's the kind of leadership that's needed. So it's important to know what that's going to look like, and that's some of the things we're going to discuss. Because I minored in math, I like to geek out to math formulas every chance I get. And this one leadership textbook had a formula about leadership, which is that it's a function of the leader, that person. And so what you'd want to think about is the skills you need to develop for yourself, the group members. This is also referred to as followership. So that's another area, if you wanted to look into, you can find out how to identify certain types of followers, the kinds who are going to be good change agents, the kinds you need to keep an eye on, right? And also the situation, which is critical, because people can be a good leader in one situation and not really in another situation. So this is where I get to the part where it's a little bit deep, so I'm gonna move a little quickly, try to keep it interesting. But as I said, I wanted to look into the scholarship on leadership. And after reading enough books and articles that put things in different buckets and different categories, I kind of lined them up to see what most of them had in common. So what I'm going to show you are kind of referred to as schools of thought for leadership research over time. Of course, some of them are happening in parallel. There isn't a hard stop between them. And it started with what is unfortunately sometimes referred to as the great man theory, which is you're born to be a leader or not. Fortunately, we moved away from that and to behavioral leadership. And the nice thing about that is if you can identify certain behaviors for effective leadership, then those behaviors can be developed. And the categories for these are task-oriented and relationship-oriented. So you might be very adept at some and not others that you want to focus on. Following this came contingency or situational leadership. And this seems like a no-brainer nowadays, that what makes an effective leader depends on that particular situation, right? The organization and what's happening within the organization at that time. Then there was also research done on what's referred to as a visionary or charismatic. And you can see that that kind of loops back to the idea of traits, but it also includes the idea that it's something you can work on and develop. And again, these are transactional or transformational. And then many of you have probably heard of emotional intelligence, but you may not know that there was a lot of research done on emotional intelligence in leadership. And there are some that believe that that is the #1 indicator of how successful you'll be as a leader. And so that's a competency I'm going to delve down into a little bit more in a minute. And then the last kind of cluster of theories or schools of thought is this competency-based leadership. And this is kind of where I fall now, with the idea that effective leaders have this toolkit and you pull out what you need to use at any particular time. And having seen those buckets and that kind of timeline, you may have heard, or you will undoubtedly in the future hear, on different flavors of leadership, right? Authentic, adaptive, participative. Complexity is interesting. The focus isn't just on what you're producing, but the knowledge you're creating. So there are a lot of different avenues you can go down, depending on your interests. And this brings me to a manager's tip that I heard during my IT leadership program. He was a former provost at the University of Illinois at Chicago. And it was one of those, you know, kind of aha moments that you have when you hear something great. I came up through IT and technical services. And for many people in that technical space, we, you know, kind of earn our rank, so to speak, because of our technical skill and the ability to answer questions that people have and solve problems. And so when that kind of person moves up into a managerial, supervisory, or leadership position, they tend to think they still need to have all the answers. They need to know how everything works. But as you can imagine, the more you move up, the more impossible that is. You just can't. And what you do need to know is that the answer's in the room, and it's your responsibility to get the right people together. It's your responsibility to facilitate that discussion and make sure everyone gets the chance to speak and to be heard. And that's what will help as a manager and a leader, not making sure you have the answer to every possible question that could come up. So competencies, the idea that there are certain specific skills you can develop. I think this takes, you know, building that knowledge domain out to that next level where you can kind of expand and see what's going to work for you. Even though my focus is on leadership change and project management, I think I would be remiss not to put out management competencies. And this comes straight from a textbook from UCL. I do have a list of resources at the end. And you can see that all of the actions here under management competencies are really about doing things right, doing things that are already happening in the best way possible. The leadership competencies, again, from one of the sources, organized them into buckets that I thought were helpful. And along the lines of what I believe, they list some managerial competencies here, some kind of activities that kind of need to be successful to be a leader. But in particular, you have this grouping of emotional competencies, which I think are just essential to being successful. Again, even if you're not in a position of leadership, leading within, emotional intelligence, I think is, you know, the one thing that's going to help you personally and professionally above everything else. I also like that there's this group of intellectual competencies, the idea of having that vision and then coming up with a strategy on how to achieve that vision is central to leadership. And this brings me to another manager's tip. This is advice I was given by a very experienced manager. Her take on it was, I think, a little more strict than my own. But for those of you who, and even maybe if you're not managing, but you have colleagues, but especially if you're supervising and you have that person who's complaining about something quite a lot and complaining. This circle of concern, circle of influence comes from Stephen Covey's book, The 7 Habits. And the idea is that the circle of concern encompasses every possible thing that you could be interested in, personal and professional. The circle of influence, however, are the things that you can actually affect change with. And her rule of thumb was to say, if it's in your circle of concern, you can complain to me about it once. After that, I don't want to listen to it. We're going to focus on the change that we can affect. Whether or not you want to draw a hard line at once or not, I think it's important for your own mental talk, or if you find yourself talking to other people or your colleagues or the people in your area, your unit, your department, that you don't have someone or yourself that's complaining about the same thing week after week, month after month. If you can do something about it, try to do something about it. If you can't do something about it, I encourage you to make peace with it. And this takes us to emotional intelligence. Most of you have probably heard of Daniel Goleman, and the definition is here. Something that I think is important to note about emotional intelligence, unlike your intellectual quotient, your IQ, which is relatively fixed, emotional intelligence is something that can be developed. So if that's something that you're struggling with, or you know people who are struggling with, just know that that's something you can work on. They have nice little buckets that they put these in: self-management and relationship management. I think it all starts with self-awareness personally. And the social skill, I think one of the big subcategories under that social skill is growing your professional network. You need to have a strong personal network too, to get through difficult times like what we're going through now with the pandemic and what has happened with George Floyd and the aftermath from that. So your personal network is also very important. But for those of you who've been in libraries long enough, having a strong professional network is also important. And for many of us in technical services, we're pretty introverted. So it might not be second nature for us to develop that network, but it's very important. There is an extra slide in the PDF that talks about each of these just a little bit more and gives a reference. And sometimes I think people still say, okay, I've seen your labels and the categories, but what does that actually mean? I did run across a leadership book that listed very specifically what this looks like on a day-to-day basis and how to maybe evaluate where you're at with that and how well you're doing. That I thought was very helpful. And I think what I would point out, and I'll circle back to it, is that to me, the most important part is the last one, the willingness to self-evaluate. And not only to self-evaluate, but be willing to hear what other people have to say. That doesn't mean that what everybody tells you is valid, but if you're just rejecting it, you'll never know if that's a possible opportunity for you to grow in or not. So the research that Daniel Goleman did into leadership, he found 6 different leadership styles. And one of the references that I have at the end lists the Harvard Business Review article that these are in. And what that translates to is that it's a single article. So it's a lot of information that's very accessible and easy to come across. And what I find most interesting, and I included this quote, is the ability to switch among leadership styles. So when I share this information in person, one of the things that I do, and I don't get to see faces, so I have to just guess and hope at the response, is to tell people I have 2 leadership styles for you to pick from. You're either going to be the empowering leader that has given someone the authority to make decisions and own them, or you're going to be the directive leader who tells people what to do and how to do it and when to do it. Which of these do you want to pick? And of course, we work in libraries, right? We're by and large pretty nice people. Everybody wants that empowering leadership style. One of the really great articles that I read about leadership was an evaluation of the lead doctors in trauma centers. And I unfortunately don't get to see your faces as this clicks, that if I'm in an accident and I'm taken to a trauma center and there's an intern and an experienced doctor, I don't want that doctor saying, you've got this, I'm gonna go get my latte, I'll circle back with you and see how you did, right? So there is a time and a place to be directive. You might say, okay, but we're not an emergency room. But what if the website goes down? Right now our library's closed, our entire presence is the website. If we have a junior system administrator 4 months into the job, am I gonna head out to grab the ice cream truck that I didn't know goes by my house every single day, because normally I'm not home, and just see how it goes? Or am I going to be directive and say, do this and let's get it back up, and then we'll figure out what happened and make sure you're ready for next time? And I don't know if we have any public services librarians, but I can imagine a lot of public services situations where bystander intervention would be key, being directive and stepping in. So it's not that some leadership style is bad or wrong. It depends on the situation. If my house is on fire, I want the people who are coming to put it out to direct everything and to take care of it. So social intelligence, some people consider this synonymous to interpersonal intelligence, but it expands on emotional intelligence in that it refers to those social beliefs, social attitudes, the ability to manage social situations and change. And what is interesting in this, I think it's chapter 2 in Smarter, Faster, Better by Charles Duhigg, who also, I believe, wrote an excellent book on habits, is that social intelligence is linked to team performance. What they found is the teams that did better were the teams that gelled socially. And one of the links in that chapter that I followed and I've shared widely, and the last time I checked it still worked, was the social intelligence test. And what happens is that it has 36 pairs of eyes and 4 words underneath. And you have to pick what emotion is in those eyes. And as I understand it, it's been done enough that it does relate to the ability for people to empathize socially and understand where other people are at and how they're doing. And here's another manager's tip. At some point, I was just trying to spread them out so they weren't too close together. This is one of those things that I kind of learned along the way when you're talking with people. And again, this could be coworkers if you're not a manager. If you have someone who's struggling and you don't know what to say, think about what they're saying to you. If they seem kind of depressed and down, it could be that they're reflecting back on something that's gone, a time that's gone, something that used to be that they can't have again. If they're anxious, they're worried the sky is going to fall, this project's going to go completely wrong. They're looking forward and imagining the worst case scenario. I think the best you can do on that is to focus on where you're at right now. Have them focus on the here and now and what change they might be able to affect. I, in particular, I tend to be, anxious about things. So I kind of talk through this. What's the worst case scenario? What's the absolute worst thing that can go wrong? And can I deal with that? And how would I deal with that? And then everything else short of that, which is probably what's going to happen, seems more manageable. And now we move into the third area, project management. And this one is a little short for good reason. You may have heard Kristen mention that I'm certified as a project management professional, which was years in the making. There's an educational component and documenting 4,000 hours of project management work. And I got my certificate about 3 years ago. The thing about project management, formal project management through the Project Management Institute, which is an organization with incredible resources, is that it's really meant for, to borrow from Alf, ginormous projects. So when I sat for the 4-hour exam, the instructions were to answer every question as if you're working on a multi-year, multi-million-dollar project. We don't have very many of those in libraries. The SUNY-wide migration, 60 libraries migrating from their separate integrated library systems to a consortial network zone probably fell under that. And there were formal project managers at the SUNY level to navigate that. And then every institution had their own project lead, which was the capacity I served in. But for the most part, libraries don't have projects that big. If you're building a brand new great big library, you're probably hiring a project manager with experience in construction, right? So there's a lot of talk about, I'm going to move forward and then come back. So there's a lot of talk about project management processes, and there's actually over 50 processes in formal project management that get labeled one thing under the process group and another thing under the knowledge area. There's just two ways of looking at all of these processes. And each one of those almost 50 things has one or more documents associated with it, one or more tools or techniques for working with them. In my experience, that's just overkill for what we need in libraries. And I'm a project-oriented person. I just struggled to find something that was going to work for me. And it didn't really matter to me if it was the traditional waterfall or agile or some hybrid. I mean, agile has its place in a way that can be really, really helpful. I don't mean to downplay that, but it needs to be kind of big enough for the right type of project, not just, you know, maybe the everyday things. So what I focus on are what is known in the industry as the triple constraint: scope, time, and cost. If you've ever heard the saying, good, fast, cheap, pick two, that kind of speaks to that triple constraint. The good is the scope of the project, and managing the scope is essential, right? The time is the schedule, the fastness of it, and of course, cost is the cheap factor. And for many of us, we are either nonprofit organizations or we are an indirect cost unit in a private organization. Either way, usually our cost resource is staff, and sometimes it's challenging to really measure that. But I think as we face these budget cuts from the pandemic and what's laying in the future, looking around at staff who aren't very productive, those are going to be expensive resources. And that's why I think it's very essential for managers that you have those conversations and, you know, set some productivity requirements and continue to work with people. The one thing that I always like to share about projects that's really important, you know, in libraries in general, our work tends to be either processes, workflows, or projects. Projects have an end, right? They have a beginning and they have an end. If you don't know what the end is, if you don't know what the end looks like, if you can't know ahead of time and describe ahead of time what success looks like, you're going to struggle in your project. So what I have been focusing more and more on lately, and where my research is turning me, is on the next levels of managing projects. So the project management are really tools and techniques for a single project, and they are important. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. But where I'm at right now is program management. So I'm managing the projects in my division. I have two major lists, one for systems, one for resource management. And the trick to that is that you have a finite amount of resources. So you have to prioritize and decide who should work on what, and communicate the work out and set realistic milestones. I know some libraries have it, mine doesn't, is portfolio management, which would be, you know, library-wide, every project that's happening in the libraries. And where I get excited thinking about that is you could align your budget with your strategic objectives through your portfolio of projects so that you're dedicated to the direction you've set in your strategic planning, and then everybody's on board with where you're headed. It's maybe not just business as usual, but you're shifting off to that. So that's kind of an overview of the domains for these three areas. But of course, that's just the beginning, right? At some point you have to, the rubber meets the road and you have to kind of take it forward. So the rest of what I have is information on things that I've used that helped with success. And they mostly all focus on communication. That is so important everywhere, personally, professionally, in society. Communication is very, very important. And I think when it comes to that, you have to start here with conflict. I tend to ask with every interview, whether I'm primary on the search committee or just an attendee, how do you manage conflict? And early on, people would say, oh, I don't really have conflict. So now I phrase it differently. I say, conflict is natural. Anytime you have, you know, 3 or more employees, you're going to have some kind of conflict. It's natural. What conflict have you had and how did you manage it and what did you learn from it? Everybody has conflict. I mean, you might say, well, I didn't engage in it. I witnessed it. you're part of conflict, and this, again, with the opening statement, remaining silent is a decision that you're making, right? So I had some conflict management training my last job, and I'm going to share my aha moment with that with you in just a second. But when I moved here to Albany, I wanted to get connected in the community, get to know people. I moved here by myself 3 years ago, and I found an organization that does community mediation. And I have to say, I don't like conflict. I have all kinds of discomfort with that. But I also have discomfort with having discomfort over something that I think I could just work on, right? So I signed up for this program. I had to wait for the training. I'm in the process of becoming a certified mediator. I had my first 4 days a month ago. And I can tell you that I'm going to be wildly uncomfortable through this process, but I'm also very excited about it because it really forces you to get into that comfort zone of the more you do it, the more comfortable you are. And I think it all starts with this. The common perception of conflict is that you have avoidance and you have confrontation. Now, to circle back to something I shared early on, that I had one past position with this most difficult person, right? It's easy to avoid and to kind of tell yourself, well, gosh, she probably means well. And after all, she's older, so gosh, I want to be nice about it. Because otherwise it means I've got to like get in her face and be difficult and mean. Or the person I worked with that wasn't pulling their weight, right? The avoidance is you assign work to other people, increase their workload, but not their pay, rather than, be confrontational and maybe make that person feel bad about themselves, which really isn't the point, right? But the ideal process of working with conflict is that you're not avoiding, you're not confronting, you're negotiating, you're talking. And to me, that put it on a whole different plane. So instead of one person being frustrated with coworkers for whatever reason and avoiding, but going to someone else and complaining, and they avoid together, or the person who avoids and voids till they blow up and then you have a big problem, you talk about things. And I think that's what's so key with leadership. There's going to be a lot of conflict with change. There are people who are going to dig in. They're going to work harder to not change, to prevent change, than they're going to be to help with change. So it's going to take people deciding to step up and ask the question. And that question is, tell me what you're thinking, right? First, you seek to understand. First, you try to hear where people are coming from. If you're not going to listen to them, they're not going to listen to you. So I'm going to do a quick time check here and step back for just a second to say that when I talked about the circle of concern and circle of influence, I also meant to circle back to my examples. I have had people in the past when I've talked about this, the quote about don't shirk the dirty work, do your job. I've had people come up to me and say, oh, I have a coworker, I have a colleague, or I have a boss who won't deal with this. Help me, what can I do? I would say go back to that circle of concern, circle of influence. If this is something that you think you can help affect change, I think you should try to have those conversations. In the case with the difficult person, she was gossiping in my technical services area with confidential personnel information. And so I was able to talk to her boss and say, somebody needs to talk to her. If you don't want to, I will. And this person very quickly said, sure, yep, go for it, right? So I sent an email and copied her boss. And I'll tell you, she wasn't happy with me because I was direct. But that's my job as a manager, to block for the people in my department. And sometimes that means, making yourself a target so that they can do their job without, being hassled. In the other case, the person who wasn't pulling their weight, I had conversations about that and, paraphrasing that over the course of a long length of time was basically, yes, we understand it's not equitable, but we're not going to make any change. So, I left. There just wasn't anything I could really do there wasn't much I felt that I could do to make my situation equitable. And it wasn't just me, it was systemic for that organization. I did, before I left, I had a list of the most egregious things that us other ladies in the library had been tasked with that this, person wasn't doing. And I shared that, and I can only hope that after I left, maybe those things were dealt with. But I think this also speaks to the avoidance and the confrontation. If you have an inequitable situation like this, whatever it might be, in this case, it was a male who was paid a lot more than the rest of us women who were covering for the work that wasn't getting done. If you're a manager who's avoiding that, you're perpetuating the problem, right? So step away from the idea that you need to be mean and focus on, that we have a job to do. And if we want to move forward in ways that are positive and encouraging, that bring other people along, managing conflict is essential. Transitioning now to communicating change. This book that's listed at the end had this great section on resistance to change and attraction strategies. And I have multiple slides that summarize different things because it has really been essential to my work in migrating systems. I won't cover all of the bullets, but I summarize them here. And what they focus on is that people are presenting resistance to change. There are a lot of different reasons. Some may be past experience they've had that they think are likely to happen again. Some may seem pretty unrealistic to you. The key is not only to listen, but in my view, to translate. Because as I've said, when we take experience, when we take expertise away from people, they're not probably going to come to you and say, gee, I feel stupid, I can't do my job now, right? They're going to say, I don't like this new system because the workflow is wrong. It's not what I know. So it's not really about that technology. It's about how they feel about their value in the organization. So it's your role, leading change, managing change, being an internal change agent, to try to translate their resistance and identify a strategy to encourage their participation in change efforts. Empathy and communication go a very long way. So again, I have 2 slides here on resistance to change and 2 slides on attraction to change. They are in the PDF for you to review and to think about. And if that's an area, if you're really interested in communication and working through that, I highly recommend this. And there are a lot of other sources out there as well. And when you think about it in terms of what can I do to attract people to change, it's a little less conflict oriented, right? You're really focusing on a way forward that you can do together instead of kind of antagonistic. And so much of this has to do with making sure you have the right communication, which is very difficult for large projects. It's very, very difficult. Some people want to know every step of the way. Some people don't want to be bothered with details. So communicating large projects is very difficult. I find this diagram to be particularly helpful because you can see the top row shows that if all of these things are right, if you communicate well, if you make sure people have the skills they need, if they're motivated, they've got the resources, and you've got an action plan or a project plan, you have effective change. If you go down to row 3, anxiety, when people don't have the skills they need to succeed in this new environment you're creating for them, they're going to be anxious. They may not say, I don't have the skills, but they're going to show you anxiety and it will help you translate. The resources, the next to last one, this is very difficult with the ILS to LSP migrations because it's not like we get a break from our regular work to focus on this migration, right? That's in addition to everything we were already doing. And so it's hard to keep up and it's hard to stay current and people get frustrated. So I hope you'll find that helpful. Another manager's tip, and I'm nearing the end here, nearing the end of my time as well. Many of you probably, oh, and I have a typo there, you understand the connection between feelings, thoughts, and actions, or emotion, cognition, and behavior. And, you know, quite often you have a combination of feelings and thoughts that drive your behavior. And some of the problem we can run into is if you or your coworkers, if your feelings are what's driving the bus, as a past colleague said years ago, we're probably all in trouble, right? You don't want your feelings driving the bus all day long. This is where emotional intelligence comes in. You want to balance that with what do you know to be real. But no matter what you do leading change, people may feel a certain way. People may think certain things. At some point, you need to take action. At some point, you move forward with the behavior that you need, and people's feelings and thoughts will come along for the ride. They will. They may be very resistant on whatever change it is, but at some point you have to make the decision. You have to make it part of their performance program. You have to make it part of how, you know, they're going to be evaluated. And in my experience, people will come along. And once they're taking the actions, once they see that it's worthwhile, they'll feel better about it. They'll think they're more, that they're more capable of performing what they need to do. So I encourage you to consider working backwards. I hope throughout this process that you've had a chance to make your own list, your own roadmap for what skills you want to develop, where you want to take this framework basically for knowledge domain and where you want to grow and develop it. Don't try to boil the ocean and tackle it all at once, you know, be selective. I would say to start with your emotional intelligence to understand, you know, what tools and skills you have as a leader and figure out how you want to grow those. If you have issues with change, I encourage you to work on that. I do have some closing thoughts on that. And again, your communication with other people is very important. Work on how you have conversations, positive change narratives. Don't be afraid of conflict. You don't have to be defensive. You don't have to be difficult. Just ask questions and listen. And I will close with, how do you want to be remembered? So for those of you who are very change averse, if you're out there, if you want to admit that to yourself, it's okay. For those of you who work with people who are very change averse, I would just ask you to think about how you want to be remembered. One of the jobs I had was for a state agency. I've had a few of those. And this particular state agency, in order to pay a vendor, the vendor had to be on file with the state. That's pretty common. But in this particular state, the requirement was that the vendor had to send in paperwork so that the state had signatures on ink. If we had a payment that was rejected because a vendor's address changed, we didn't find out about it until the payment bounced and the vendor contacted us, and then we found out there was a discrepancy in the address, in the remit address, and they had to fill out the paperwork by hand, put it in the mail, put a stamp on it, send it so the state agency had it. It was very cumbersome, very time consuming. We spent so much time apologizing. And fast forward about a year and a half, I happened to be talking to someone in my division or in the libraries, I forget. And I found out that they now had a process where it could be done electronically. And I said, oh, great, they finally updated this antiquated system, you know. And the response was, no, she retired. So one person who refused to do things differently than they'd always done it had the entire state on a chokehold. It's kind of unbelievable when you think about it, right? Maybe we don't have statewide impact in our libraries, but I've heard stories about people, you know, about libraries that couldn't get rid of the typewriter until so-and-so retired because they used it every day. How do you want to be remembered? Do you want to be remembered as the person who, oh yes, after that person left, life got better? You know, even if you don't like change, figure out how to participate in a way that's positive. I'll leave you with another more positive story. One of the places I worked, I had a system to implement. Actually, when I started there, I couldn't believe they weren't using this system. And I asked the dean about it. And she said, I'll just make up a name, Anne. Well, we'd love to have it, but the staff person who works in that area refused. And I thought that was kind of odd that I didn't know I could tell my dean no, that was never on my plate. So I said, well, do you mind if I work on that? It was someone not in my own area of supervision, but in another one. And we had multiple conversations. She admitted that she was very resistant to change, very change averse, and she was happy with that. And I appreciated her honesty. So I talked through it with her. And she said, I've been doing it this way for over 15 years. I don't see how this would be good for me. And I told her, you're right, it may not make your job much different, but it's much better for the patrons. It's a much better experience for our students and our faculty. And really that was all she needed to hear, because everybody who knew her knew she excelled in customer service. She was, you know, that was the one thing she was known for. So she wasn't happy about it, but we started down this process. And I was very involved with the implementation of the new system, but then after it was all up and running, she was in that position that I've mentioned a couple times, where her expertise now was kind of gone and she had to gain expertise in the new system. So I told her, I'm here for you if you need me for anything, but I don't want to micromanage, so just let me know. And of course she got up to speed in the new system. She's an incredibly productive, hardworking person. She just had this difficult transition to make. And then, I don't know, about a year or so later, she came to me and asked if she could move to my division. And so I talked it over with her supervisor, and we moved her and her functionality into technical services. You know, she was in interlibrary loan. Knowing that I'm a person with change, she still was willing to move forward in that way. And so the end of that story is that she ended up with a performance program that included annually identifying possible areas to improve services. Not implement, note the verb is to identify, but implement them she did. As soon as it was on her performance program, because she excelled in everything that she did, she adapted to being someone who could identify and work with change. She didn't love it, but she did it. So I would just ask you, for those of you who are listening, think about how you want to be, you know, that person who makes things difficult for people, or the person who figures out a way to move forward in spite of your discomfort. I just opened up the Q&A and I see that I have, oh, I'm right at time. So I'll have to have someone from NASIG weigh in on whether or not I can take a few minutes to answer some of these questions.
Our next session is scheduled to start in 15 minutes. So I think if PPC folks are okay with it, we can maybe just take 5 to 7 minutes of questions now and then follow up on the other ones later.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
All right, I'll do that.
Okay. And I'm happy to read the questions for you if that would be helpful.
I have them open.
You got them? Okay.
So I'm going to start with Cindy's question about suggestions on dealing with change mandated by upper management with no input from staff, and the changes impact all of us. Middle management is really tough. I have heard of kind of nightmare situations where the dean or the director would say what needed to happen and then step out. You really need support from the top to be effective. And having no input from staff on changes is going to be difficult. You know, one thing I would say is you go back to that circle of concern, circle of influence. You know, are you someone that can work with your staff to try to help pave the way? I mean, even if they're colleagues, can you have a conversation with upper management on what would be needed to be successful? That is a very difficult one. I have been in the situation where I've had a new manager come in and say, you know, I'm new and we're going to make this change just because I think so. And, you know, that's a tough case to make. And I see Kate has asked, since change is constant, and I think that's really the point of this, you know, we're moving to the need to continually adapt to change. How do you find the right time to celebrate success? And is it ever possible to refreeze? You know, that particular model, Lewin's model, may not be applicable for some changes. I do like the idea, however, though, of kind of institutionalizing the changes. So in the last story that I gave with the person in ILL, I institutionalized that change by putting into everybody's performance program to identify possible improvements in their workflows or their service. And that was the way that I kind of refroze in the new way, in the new manner. Finding time to celebrate is very important, very, very important. I would say ongoing, but then also to celebrate in big ways with big milestones. Like for example, with our migration at UAlbany, we had small communications throughout about, you know, thank you for this and that, but then we had town halls where we got together and really recognized the people and then efforts that they made. And Anne's question, what if the circle of concern are issues such as diversity and accessibility? You know, that's a really great question. And I jotted down something from the statement that Kristen had initially, which is, do we do this or do we remain complicit in our silence? And I think, I personally think that I have to make these issues such as diversity and accessibility part of my circle of influence. I may not know how, but I need to work on that. It may not be at certain levels, right? It may be community versus professionally or personally versus community. But I think if these are things that you're passionate about, it's important to figure out how to move them into your circle of influence. I'll give another minute here to see.
Yeah, I think we probably have time for one more question if anybody wants to enter that into the Q&A.
It sounds like someone wants to speak to Anne's question. Is there a way to unmute him?
Tony is one of our organizers, so I'm not sure if he's trying to talk or he's trying to
Answer the question.
figure out how we.
Yep, I'm not trying to
record your
answer it, just
answer.
trying to
Darn,
move it to
I thought I
answer.
was off the hook for that one. Okay.
Okay, we do have one more. We'll do that as our last one. How do you re-energize folks?
Motivation is tricky, right? Let me think through that for a second. One of the tips that I tend to give, well, especially managers, but again, it can be helpful with your colleagues, is that if someone comes to you with something that's bothering them, and your first response is, well, that shouldn't bother you, or that's not an issue. What I have found is that people dig in. They feel like they need to come up with more corroborating evidence to convince you of where they're coming from. Where on the other hand, if you validate what they have to say and where they're coming from, they can take that off and say, okay, she gets it. Let's figure out how to move forward. So in your question on how to re-energize people, I have actually seen that validating people's concerns, whether it's their feelings or their thoughts, or the fact that they're taking these actions they've been directed to, but they're, you know, unhappy about it, just validating where they're at has re-energized them. But I think this speaks to what I've seen certainly at the University at Albany. People became just absolutely saturated with change after 3 years. And so sometimes the only way to re-energize is just to give people some space to go back to what they know and to get caught up. You know, for me, getting caught up on my email is huge. I feel like I'm on top of the world when I have my list together and I know exactly what I need to do for the day. But I think another part of that answer I might say is to maybe find out what's going to re-energize different people. I'm introverted. I can go to conferences and give presentations, but I go back to my room. I'm in the fetal position with my iPad, to regroup, because I don't get my energy that way. I get my energy being alone. Extroverted people re-energize socializing. So it could be that you have a group. We're really great with potlucks in my division. And sometimes people really get re-energized by kind of taking a break from the day-to-day and having a little bit of time to socialize.
Thanks, Janetta. I think we should wrap up with the Q&A now.
Okay.
But I did want to mention we have a forum for Janetta's presentation, and that is linked from Sketch. And you can also find that by going to the main forum link. And so if there are other questions that come out, or for anybody who is watching the recorded version of this presentation later on, do check in there for more questions and discussion. And Janetta will coordinate with you on anything else that comes up that we might need to answer.
Great.
And I just want to say thank you so much for your presentation. It was excellent. We really enjoyed it. And I think the comments that are coming through in the Q&A, hopefully gives you a little bit of the audience interaction, and know that we're all giving you a virtual round of applause right now. We really appreciate you being here.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so I think at this point we have a few more minutes of break, and then our next session will be beginning at 12:45 Eastern time, or 45 minutes past the hour for wherever you may be at. So please take a minute to regroup, and we'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Hey everyone, this is Tony Zanders. I'm on the committee behind the scenes helping make sure things go smoothly. And we're going to try something new during the breaks and unmute people who are interested in having a chat about the sessions we just saw. And so you can use Zoom to raise your hand and we can unmute you. But I personally just want to talk about how awesome that session was and how much I learned. What did everyone else think? Hey, Michelle, just unmuted you.
This is Elizabeth, and there was so much information, it was almost overwhelming, but I thought it was really an amazing session.
Yeah, fully agree. I can't wait to watch it again and look at a lot of those resources that she shared.
I found myself using my camera to take pictures of some of the screens.
Same here. I have like 3 screenshots myself.
Yeah, I felt like I learned even more than I learned in my administration class in my master's program for library science.
Yep.
And I think this is the kind of thing, as I said in one of the forums, that we almost need to have workshops on this, like at a library-wide level, to kind of help everyone learn.
Yep, I agree. Hi, Deborah. Hi, Lydia. You're now permitted to speak.
Hi, Tony. I really appreciated particularly the message that it is the responsibility of the supervisor to hold people accountable so that it doesn't become an issue for their colleagues.
This is Wendy. I'm another organizer. The slides are shared currently. They're on the NASIG slide share. The link to that is on SCED. It is on the discussion forum, and it's also as an answered question.
I agree with whoever said it should be shown to everyone. I think even non-managers it can be useful for them.
Yeah, somehow she was able to address so many different audiences. Just congrats, Janetta, on being so relevant. Hey there, Colleen, you're now permitted to speak.
Thank you, Tony. I appreciated the presentation this morning, and I was glad to see the question that came in about how do you motivate people and empower them, re-energize them. And I thought her response was really helpful in terms of just acknowledging the difficulty of the work, and sometimes that itself can serve to re-energize employees, that they're feeling heard. So I really appreciated that particular bit.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like it's time for the next session.
Thank you. I think this idea of discussions is really nice.
Thanks, everyone. We're going to go back to mute and hope you enjoy the next talk.
Hello, everybody. We're going to get started with our next session. Welcome to the NASIG 2020 session, Analyzing Workflows and Improving Communication Across Departments, a simple project using rapid contextual design. Presented by Jarita Pasquale, JP, and Sarah Walbank from the University of California, Irvine. Please refer to SCED for a complete biography of the speakers. We will be using the Zoom Q&A for questions during the session. Afterwards, please also participate in our online discussion forum, which can be located at the NASIG website with additional questions or comments about this session. NASIG's Code of Conduct applies to all discussions and presentations. The links to the forum and code of conduct are available on the NASIG website. Please tweet about this session using the hashtag NASIG2020. We would like to thank the NASIG sponsors for helping us make our online conference freely available. And now I'm going to switch it over to JP and Sarah.
Okay, can you hear me okay? Welcome to Analyzing Workflows and Improving Communication Across Departments. This presentation discusses a small, focused workflow analysis that my colleague Jarina Pasquale and I'm Sarah, conducted using the rapid contextual design methodology. At the time, we were both new to our positions in the UC Irvine acquisitions and cataloging departments, and we wanted to better understand the workflow between our departments. However, we had very limited staff time or resources for such a project. We found that the rapid contextual design methodology provided a means for us to be able to design and conduct a small project that yielded small but useful insights. So we wanted to share the experience we had with it because we think others may also find this method useful. So first, some background on our institution, the University of California, Irvine, which is one of the University of California's campuses. UCI is in Orange County, which is about an hour south of Los Angeles, and it enrolls about 38,000 students as of 2019. That includes about 30,000 undergraduates, with the rest graduate students, including medical. There are 3 libraries serving the university: Langston Library, which focuses on humanities and social sciences, the Science Library, and the Grunegan Medical Library, which is located at the University Hospital. One technical services department handles the resources for all 3 libraries. At the time of our project, in acquisitions, there were 4 acquisitions staff plus 1 librarian handling electronic resources. And in cataloging, there was the e-resources cataloging librarian and 3 catalogers who worked on e-resources as part of their duties. So why did we do this? As I mentioned, we're both new to our positions. We're looking for an opportunity to learn more about the workflows between the departments. We expected that there might be some overlap in work going on and that there were efficiencies that could be made. Also, the university libraries were going to be moving from Millennium to Alma Primo, and we were wondering whether we could identify workflow efficiencies for that new environment. And importantly, could we do this with our very limited staff resources, which consisted basically of us? So I am going to hand this over at this point to Jarina, who is going to talk about the methodology itself.
Okay, can everybody hear me? Hopefully you can. Okay, so contextual design is a user experience research and design method. This text was the basis of a required course that I took in graduate school. It's called Rapid Contextual Design by Holtz, Platt, Wendell, and Wood. And it's formulated primarily for gathering user data and designing digital projects. It's been called a scaffolding for user-centered front-end design. However, it also works for analyzing workflows. In this case, our users are our own library staff members. This user experience research method is a way to implement some of the following. Quick fixes to a particular process. It's a way to understand users. It can be used to evaluate a system or a website. And it can also be used to evaluate different methods of supporting a coherent task. The first step is defining the scope of the project. So you will have to pick one of these sort of scopes. How to make it rapid. Consider whether you need all the steps described in the text to answer that scope. You can consider that you can also break up the work. You don't have to do all the departments at one time or all units at one time. You can examine one unit or one department at a time. However, as was the case of this workflow, don't break up a coherent process if it's stretched across 2 departments. Obviously, you will probably need to make the case to other people. The concern, for example, might be that it takes up too much staff time. You can address that by limiting the number of participants.
Yeah, the amount. Okay.
I'm sorry?
Okay. Thank you.
You can also limit the time that you need to research. The text lays out guidelines for a project that can range anywhere from between 5 to 7 weeks. Finally, make a case that this is a way to gather user data quickly, which is always important, especially when you consider the changing technology that we're working with. And of course, many of us are familiar with the electronic resources lifecycle of licensing, activating, cataloging, and then maintaining the electronic resource. So these are probably some of the main workflows that you might want to consider examining. So I'm going to go into the parts of the methodology that we decided to include. Interviews, interpretation sessions, sequence modeling, affinity notes, and our affinity wall. These are the steps that described in the text that we decided to leave out, personas, visioning, and storyboarding. These are relevant primarily for designing products or a major systems redesign, which we were definitely not doing.
Hi, Jarina. Can you turn video off to reduce bandwidth issues?
Oh, of course. Sorry about that.
It's okay. Thank you.
Okay. So the next part of the methodology is the interview. We, first off, choose who to interview among your staff, and then interview users based on roles. If 2 people have the same set of duties, only interview 1. Also consider the context. 2 people may have the same duties, but how does one person with lots of experience differ from a new employee? The text also describes different kinds of interview styles, such as interviewing over a period of time, basically several interviews that you conduct over several months or years. We decided to do the environment-centered interview style, which means, in our case, interviewing people at their desks, which is obviously where they do the majority of their work. During the interview, we consider the user / interviewee as the expert. We do not contribute opinions about what the user does. We do not provide reasoning for them. We just try to make sure that we understand how the user sees their own work. During the interview, you might want to note the following. Is there a trigger or a notification that motivates particular actions? What are the key parts of a task? What is the endpoint of a task? What are they interacting with while they are trying to complete tasks? Like, are there databases that they touch online? Are there objects that they use in the office? And of course, note anything that seems to be getting in the way of them accomplishing certain tasks. And while you're doing this interview, you need to try to look beyond the concrete actions to formulate intents of a workflow or a process. So after each interview, convene a group to analyze the interview notes no more than 48 hours afterwards. This is called an interpretation session and requires a minimum of 2 people. The interviewer will recount the interview while others ask questions, comment, and take notes. Everyone who is not the interviewer will get to comment. You need to identify specific session roles. The interviewer, of course, recounts the interview, and then the moderator / commentator / person taking notes will also be asking questions. Now, if you were able to invite more people, separate the moderator of the interpretation session from other roles. It's also important to designate a note taker. Sorry about that interruption. And if you can, try to involve others that are not part of the workflow. Their comments will help see the process clearly since they are not directly invested in it. During the interpretation session, have commentators note the following. Any insights that they have, major lessons about the user's experiences with the tasks or workflows, bottlenecks in the work, design ideas, ideas that can make the work or the process better for the user. Areas where ideas or workflows are not clear, missing steps, and where follow-up is needed. And then you might want to identify any rat holes, aka non-productive discussion, according to the text. So from the individual interviews, we wanted to draw visualizations of an individual's tasks using a workflow model. There are various visualizations that we are able to choose from the text. We chose the sequencing model, which allowed us a step-by-step visual of a specific electronic resources workflow. One major example of a workflow is activating and cataloging new content. So we might want to look at the intents of a task, i.e. to make resources available, triggers that indicate a task that needs to be performed, like are users using email, or are they looking at a work ticket system, breakdowns in the work, something that gets in the way, like links not working, vendor provided links not working. And then as you're documenting this as you're drawing this process, you might want to decide what kind of detail you need, like, interfaces both online and at their desk, any objects, any pieces of paper that they refer to. Okay. We also intended to merge these individual models to consolidated sequence models. This is a way of consolidating the tasks that we visualize from individual interviews into one consolidated workflow of actions that identify the common beginnings or common triggers, and then identify the final product of those tasks. So another major part of this UX methodology are affinity notes. These are built from meeting notes taken in the interpretation session. Those meeting notes are organized into individual statements. It is important that those statements be written in a specific way. For example, no standalone ideas. You have to kind of write a full contained sentence. In order to activate this resource in our ILS, I do X, Y, and Z. So that's like a complete idea. No jargon. Basically, don't use any like acronyms or any special sort of terminology that's only specific to you. Make sure that all of these notes are anonymous. And facts only, meaning no opinions like we do this task this way, but it's really a pain, even if our interviewees actually say that. And then of course, be specific with your intents, with all the actions and intents or outcomes of the work. So we arrange these notes into an affinity wall. We stick each note on a giant piece of paper with colored sticky notes. We're working up from the individual notes, and from these individual notes, we consolidate the notes that we see as being related to each other into columns. The columns go under labels that organize the notes below into major workflows, themes, and goals or intents. The key to this is that good color labels above the notes provide a narrative without actually having to read the individual notes. So the first set are called the blue labels. These blue labels group individual notes into major routine workflows, like how to activate a resource, or like this is how we activate a resource, or this is how we deal with an error report. And then under these blue labels, we document the individual actions and our requirements needed to complete a specific task. And then we get to the pink labels. The pink labels group the blue labels together. These pink labels reveal key issues in the data about workflow, such as what overall goals do these specific workflows accomplish? To state what is not always obvious to us, for example, our goal in electronic resources is to make those resources available in an efficient manner for our users. Why do we take certain steps to accomplish that task? Why do we activate and catalog resources this way as opposed to another way? And then we want to ask, maybe the data will make us ask questions, do these steps actually help users get to the material more quickly, or do they hinder the process? We might want to ask ourselves, does a sequence of actions not make sense? Could there be some missing data? Then we get to the green labels, which group the pink labels together. And then it reveals the major overarching themes of our workflow or various workflows. For example, we might see that within electronic resources, communication with parties outside of our unit is really important for different workflows. For example, communicating with vendors is big in both resolving errors and licensing, and of course, ordering and renewing resources. So these are the steps in the methodology that we intended to use, again, intended. Sarah will now explain what we actually did in our project.
Okay, so what we actually did with the methodology that Jareen has just outlined, this kind of provides an example of one way that the process can be used, the methodology. Our goal, as mentioned, was to understand the workflow better, to look for current efficiencies, and to look for places to improve efficiency in the move to Alma Primo. So based on this scope, we chose 3 of the parts of rapid contextual design, as Jareen had outlined, which we thought would give us the most returns for our time investment: contextual inquiry, interpretation sessions, affinity diagram building, and the sequence modeling. So we originally planned for the project to be completed over the 2 summer months. This was a very small, concise project. However, there were several unplanned complications which dragged the project out over 6 months and caused us to trim our minimal project even further. So we had planned on using the sequence modeling, but ended up eliminating that early on. It would have been very useful, but we did not have the time to fully work out sequence models for each interview, much less consolidate them into something meaningful. So it ended up just being the contextual inquiry, interpretation sessions, and affinity diagram building. For the interviews, we found that we could cover most aspects of staff work by interviewing 6 staff in total. This included 2 staff members from each department, cataloging and acquisitions. And then since we as librarians do work that no one else does, we also interviewed each other. We informed all the staff about the project and its goals, got the agreement of the chosen interviewees. All interviews were kept to 1 hour each so that it wasn't a burden to the staff person. We focused on, as the methodology recommends, specific actions and tasks as much as possible, asking detailed questions, and discouraged people summarizing or generalizing the work, which was a natural tendency quite often. We did succeed in doing all interpretation sessions within 48 hours of the interviews, as recommended by Rapid Contextual Design. This ensured that all those bits of information you didn't actually write down were still in short-term memory. For our own interviews, we invited an outside participant to the interpretation sessions, a different person for each session so as not to burden any one person. The perspective and input of these outside colleagues for our own interviews was really essential to being able to reflect on ourselves and our own work. They both asked probing questions and offered suggestions that we would not have thought of on our own. So after we did all the interviews and the interpretation sessions were concluded, we created the affinity notes, as Jareen has discussed. We ended up using a label template and creating our notes on the labels, which we then taped to sticky notes. Then in one session, we organized them all on a large poster. We looked for patterns, areas of overlap between the departments, redundancy, communication problems, anything that might stand out to us as problematic. And it's at this point that the insights and results really appear. So what did we find? Despite the unexpected problems and delays, we had success. One of the biggest takeaways was what we did not find. We learned that the workflows were actually pretty good. There were no real overlaps that we saw in work between the departments or wasted effort. So we both gained a bigger picture of and appreciation for the existing workflows. Some of our assumptions had been wrong. seeing this allowed us to refocus on areas that did have problems that we hadn't been focusing on. And what this turned out to be was communication. This turned out to be the biggest problem area, both at the librarian management level and in the librarian to staff communication. So as a result of this, we refocused our efforts, and we also saw how we might look ahead to some degree to the workflows in ALMA, particularly in how we would manage workflow portfolios, which is the electronic inventory. So we implemented some changes. In keeping with the limited scope of the project, the changes were small, but helpful. We clarified what acquisition staff need to focus on when choosing a bibliographic record for a newly purchased title. We'd seen some problems in this area. We clarified what issues were acquisitions issues and which were cataloging issues, which helped reduce confusion and some communication issues. We identified some areas where we could communicate better with the staff. To improve communication, we began holding quarterly meetings of all staff from acquisitions and cataloging who work with electronic resources. The goal was to provide more consistent communication and ensure that everyone had a better overview of the workflows. So over the 2+ years that we've held these meetings, we've covered local topics, and we've also used the meetings for coordinated review of ALMA concepts and structures, and also local policies and procedures as they overlap between the departments. As our procedures have evolved over the past 2 years, these meetings have provided a convenient forum for review and discussion. We also made some decisions about handling the electronic resources once we migrated to ALMA so that acquisitions would not need to work in the bibliographic record at all, only with the portfolios, the inventory. And the activation task list function in ALMA is used to move the work between the units. So some takeaways for our next project. The method does work with limited scope. Any degree of outside input is very helpful. And we need to leave ample time to create the affinity notes because they are somewhat time consuming. So next time we may try to create affinity notes after each interpretation session rather than waiting till the end. So that is our project, and I am going to turn it over back to Jarina to discuss where we are 2 years later.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. Okay, so as Sarah said, although we conducted this research while we were still in the old innovative/millennium catalog, we have implemented our action items in the context of the new ILS. We have also been trying to be consistent with the sharing of information between the unit and department heads. And so we found this communication and the division of labor that we organized to be really helpful. But what about staff and other librarians who are not us, but who have to work with us in this workflow? We have been holding, more specifically, we have been holding these combined meetings between our departments for the better part of 2 years. Do they feel that it's improved their work? So we used Qualtrics to create and share a survey that allowed our staff and other librarians to anonymously submit their opinions about these meetings specifically. We asked them to rate their opinion on these topics, the value of the information and the effects of the workflow, etc. And also to submit comments in free text. We'll provide a little bit of a sample of the results. just to note quickly that these are the parameters of our survey results. 63% of our staff submitted the survey back to us. However, this means only 7 out of 11 people. We are kind of a lean operation. Given that this is such a small sample, we sort of had to ask ourselves a little, like, is qualitative or quantitative data more valuable in this case? And do we include ourselves in the assessment, like ourselves meaning Sarah and I? Ultimately, we decided not to take the survey ourselves. These are examples of some of our quantitative results. Have the combined ER meetings helped you understand overall e-resources workflow. The scale of our ratings in the survey were from 1 to 5, 5 being the most positive. There were no 1s or 2s, which we assume that most staff feel positive to neutral about these meetings. Has the information shared in these meetings helped you do your work? We also saw that the lower scores, the ones in this case, came with no comments. So we assumed that while the one commenter was not enthusiastic about our meetings, they did not feel so negative about them that they felt the need to express it. Again, that's just an assumption. These are examples of some qualitative results that responders typed in free text. We asked for tips about the work itself, such as how to improve workflows or how to better share information. One commenter noted the complexity of our current activating workflows in ALMA, saying that anything simpler would be better. Another noted that we could share more instructional videos for audiovisual learners. These are opinions about the meetings themselves and the usefulness of the information. One staff member noted that the info may not apply to my daily job, but it may be very helpful in the near future. Another comment notes that they could do with more understanding about the steps for ordering and activating e-resources. Okay. These samples note that the information we shared about our bibliographic records in ALMA and Primo would help with the transition to SILS. SILS is the name of our University of California wide project to transition to ALMA and Primo. So yes, in the course of 4 years, we will have made 2 systems migrations. Overall, based on the survey, staff found the meetings to be helpful to indifferent in prioritizing their work and understanding the overall workflow inside the library system, or the ILS. And as a note to us, as the unit heads, we could stand to vary some of the methods by which we communicate information. So our takeaway from this project was using this method was, is it useful? And overall, we think it was. User experience research can take time to plan, but this particular process can be streamlined and executed in chunks. Even with our rapid and truncated approach, we were able to identify and implement specific action items as a result of our interviews and analysis. Implementing those action items resulted in improvement in our communication with each other as unit heads and with our department heads, and of course, communication. It improved our communication with staff. So these are our next steps, particularly in regards to making that second transition to a consortium-wide Alma and Primo system. First, we want to identify goals in migration to the new system, and design our workflows as needed according to what we already know as a result of this project. For example, making our workflows simpler, and then helping our staff train with a diversity of tools and modes. Once we stabilize from our UCY migration, we plan on examining our workflows in the new system using this rapid contextual UX method and contextual UX research method. And since we missed it in this round, we definitely want to complete both the individual and consolidated work models if and when we get to do this research again. So overall, we found that the rapid contextual design UX research model is adaptable and accommodating to our limited time and resources. So these are some of the references that we use to build this project. Again, these will be on the slides, and this is our contact information. I did post a set of slides in Sketch, but I will probably need to make some minor changes and updates, so stay tuned for those. So thank you for your attention. And then I guess we go to a Q&A.
Yeah, we do have some Q&A here. I will do it in order. Eve Stano asked, how did you go about gaining buy-in from other departments and higher management to perform this rapid contextual design project? Not just reasons to do this analysis, but methods you use to approach others. Thanks.
Well, oh yeah, this is a bit tough because I can't see Sarah, but let me just go ahead. I mean, I think as I said in the presentation, you really do have to make a case. Like you have to address people's specific concerns about wasting too much staff time, and possibly possibly like you just taking too much time to build the actual research project. But maybe the question is about interviews, like getting people to actually say what they be free with their comments during the interviews. There's actually a lot of literature in UX where you have to present your questions in a certain way and present yourself in a certain way. Like, it would be ask your questions in a way that's not, a lot of it kind of applies to journalism as well. Don't ask your questions in a leading way. Be present with your interviewers. Like, don't try not to have technology between you. Like if you're gonna sit down and have an interview with somebody, don't use an iPad or something, use a pen and paper. It's, and maybe the other thing that's implied in that question is like what if higher management just doesn't understand? And it's like, I don't, to be honest with you, I think, I sort of assume that people always want, to make decisions based on data, or something concrete, something that's observed and then analyzed. And in this case, we definitely provided that. So, yeah, I certainly hope that that's kind of that's valuable in and of itself. But again, you never know.
And this is Sarah, just quickly to add, in our case, stressing that it was rapid and having very contained it grew longer than it was supposed to, but that it was all going to be very contained, helped with buy-in from management.
Okay, we have two more questions. Ann Williams asked, was the objective getting information to users quickly or making information more discoverable? Are these mutually exclusive?
That's a good question. Sarah, do you mind? I hope it's okay if I answer this first, Sarah. Is that okay, or do you want to go first? Okay. Well, so ultimately, so sorry. Can you ask the question again? I forgot the.
Sure. No. Was the objective getting information to users quickly or making information more discoverable? Are these mutually exclusive?
I'm going to say that's interesting in the context of Alma and Primo, and I think, you know, for people who have experience with the system, they may know where it's coming from. Like, there are definitely ways that you can take advantage of Alma to streamline your workflow, but it may come at a cost of some quality control of the actual like bibliographic record. So, that's one case in which the system sort of, you know, forces you to make these decisions, right? So depending on, and I tend to view it as that the technology is making us make that choice, but, you know, depending on your context, it may be a different set of choices. I find that specifically within Alma and Primo, it's a bit of it's an open, it's sort of a balance. Sarah, go ahead. You have something to add?
Hopefully that answers the question.
That is the challenge here in this environment, that they're not having the back and forth. Rivka Cook asks, at what point in the process did you start to dispel assumptions and discover the need to focus on communication? Was it after the interviews, the interpretation sessions, or affinity wall?
I will start in on this one. This is Sarah. It started to become clear towards the end of the interpretation sessions. We had kind of gone through the interpretation sessions of the staff. And for me, it really, when we were working with doing an interpretation session on our own interviews, our mutual interviews, when we had an outside person, our invited person was actually helped pinpoint and sort of highlight that. And so it started to become evident at that point. And then when we did, it's really when you get that infinity wall that it all sort of really comes together very clearly and stood out. Ridding ourselves of those assumptions was very freeing. It was great.
Okay, I have one more question. There might even be time for one more if somebody has one they want to pop up here. Kirsty Thomas asks, what were the problems you thought you were going to see that you didn't when reviewing the responses?
Well, Sarah, go ahead. I think, yeah.
Okay, I can start with that one. We had assumptions that we were duplicating work between that acquisitions and cataloging were doing double work. And I think a lot of that was an assumption that because both groups worked in the bibliographic record, that made things a little confusing. And as we did all the work, it was very, especially with the affinity wall, it was clear there was no overlap. And so again, it circled back to communication, that decision later to make really clear what tasks were for cataloging and which tasks were for acquisitions, because the communication about that and understanding about that was somewhat muddled, which was leading to these views that we were doing double work. And Drina, I don't know if you want to add anything.
No, that's great. Thanks, Sarah.
Okay, we have one more minute, one more question. It looks like maybe no. I want to thank everybody for attending this NASIG 2020 session. This recording will be posted to our YouTube channel in the coming weeks. The speakers will be monitoring the NASIG forum through June 2020 for any questions not covered during this session. Join us again in 10 minutes for our next session. And I think in the meantime, we're going to do some chatting. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks again, Jarina and Sarah. Just want to remind everyone, if you would like to chat either with Jarina or with anyone else, just raise your hand on the Zoom and we will give you the ability to speak.
Looks like another question just showed up from Kate Herzog. To what extent do you think this workflow will change when you merge your catalog with those of the other UCs?
Okay, so I'm gonna go first. Sorry, I think, thanks, Sarah. I think we're gonna have to see. We're in the middle of that. We're not in the middle of. I'm sorry. We're in the very beginning of that process, and we are. Yeah, keep in mind that we're migrating from a variety of systems, so we have to make some fairly foundational decisions about, how we're going to use the system.
Great. Hey, David, you're live. You're on mute. It also is the lunch hour. And so people may be stepping away to grab a quick bite or a quick drink. Jarina, how long have you been at UC Irvine?
Now I have to count it in my head. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
No, I think I started my job in August 2015. So I will be 5 years in August. So that's
nice.
Yeah, and this is my first job out of my MLIS. So
nice. Well, this is a pretty substantial project you've been a part of, and it seems like the whole world of libraries is sort of having gone through that process, or they're in the process of changing their going from an ILS to an LSP. So pretty relevant experience you've gained for sure.
For sure.
I'm curious about how you got involved. Was it sort of like a volunteer process where people could raise their hand and say, hey, I want to participate? Or were people sort of appointed or selected?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, as I said before, we're a pretty lean operation, so we could only pick so many people. And yeah, we, like I had from my unit, I picked, one person who was slightly new to the job and one veteran. And I don't know, Sarah, if you can just, that's how it went with my unit, at least. Sarah, if you can talk about.
We didn't ask for volunteers, we chose, because we had to limit how many interviews we had time for.
Sure.
Because we had sold this, as we said, that it was going to be very small. And we wanted to cover, we chose the staff to cover as many of the functions in the whole workflow as possible. So I chose 2 people based on, one did this and one worked more with monographs and one worked more with serials or something like that, so that there was some variation to cover as much of the workflow as possible.
Was there sort of a cohort model with the UCs migrating? And if so, where was UCI in that? Were you sort of towards the front or the end?
Well, we haven't actually, when we migrated the first time, we did it as a standalone.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was the migration that this project was involved with. The one where we're going as a cohort, I don't think we're at a vanguard stage. So Jarina, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've actually figured out exactly what order we're going to. I think we're all going to migrate at the same time because there's just 10 of us, but how that's going to work, I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, we're definitely not involved in the test group. So we assume that we will be kind of waiting in the back along with everybody else once those major decisions about implementation are made.
Mm-hmm.
Were you involved in a consortial migration?
No, so I only recently joined a library last year. I now work for Boston University as an entrepreneur in residence.
Oh, okay.
Prior to that, I actually worked for Ex Libris for about 4 years, and sort of came from that vendor side and have watched the community transition from on-premise systems to the cloud.
That must be an interesting place to be, to watch.
Absolutely. You learn so much. We do have a question from Sonia Wilson.
Yes.
Apparently Sonia, you want to unmute and ask the question yourself during the chat, or do you want me to, I can read it out loud for you? Your talking is permitted now if you'd like to jump in, or I can just read it.
Yeah. Hi, thanks, Tony. I'm Sonia Wilson. This is my first attendance at NASIG and probably my only ever attendance. I'm a member of UKSG. But my question was, Sarah, that it's possible we at the University of Stirling in Scotland may be migrating from Millennium to Alma. And I was wondering if you documented any of your work that you may be happy to share.
We just created an internal document when we finished the workflow analysis. Jarina, I don't know if that's something how we would deal with. I'm not sure whether it's, like I said, it was internal, so I'm not sure. We could probably send it to somebody, but I don't think I would be posting it publicly.
on that particular note about documentation, Sonia, there is a pretty rich amount out there that is public. I mean, what's coming to mind, the Orbis Cascade Alliance up in the Pacific Northwest here in the US was one of the first to migrate from Millennium to Alma. Even Boston University, actually, now that I think about it, BU was the first library to migrate from Millennium to Alma. And I'll take a note to see, this was about 6 or 7 years ago. So any notes we do have won't be relevant.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a great question, actually. Are there any sort of recent one? So Greg Yorba here says that Cal State has a wiki with a lot of information. Were they coming from Millennium, Greg, at Cal State? He says yes.
Yeah, I was going to mention Cal State universities. They had like 24 campuses. Would you be moving as a standalone or in a consortium, Sonia?
We're standalone, Sarah. Yeah.
Yeah. Harvard University has a lot of documentation online as well.
They came, I believe they came from Aleph, though.
Yeah.
They had a pretty mature instance of Ex Libris Aleph.
But I know we've looked at some of their Alma procedures and documentation, especially once we migrated. They were useful.
Nice, nice.
Looks like it's time for the next session to start.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
Okay.
Thanks, everyone. I'm going to be moving everyone back to the mute position.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Here we are. Wait. Okay, there it goes. Huh. All right. Am I sharing? Did it work?
There's no sharing right now. We're only seeing the gallery view of speakers. You want to try again?
Yes.
Now we can see.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hello. I'm sorry. I just wanted to introduce the session. My name is Mandy Hurt, and welcome to the NASIG 2020 session. Practical Approaches to Linked Data, presented by Heidi Bertu at the Smithsonian Libraries and Jeannie Hartley at the Friends University Library. Please refer to schedule for a complete biography of the speakers. We will be using the Zoom Q&A for questions during the session. Afterwards, please also participate in our online discussion forum, which can be located at the NASIG website with additional questions or comments about this session. NASIG's Code of Conduct applies to all discussions and presentations. The links to the forum and Code of Conduct are available at the NASIG website. Please tweet about this session using the hashtag NASIG 2020. We would like to thank the NASIG sponsors for helping us to make our online conference freely available.
Awesome. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jeannie Hartley with Friends University's Edmund Stanley Library, and I'm here with Heidi Bertu with the Smithsonian to discuss research and projects involving linked data. Welcome to our session. I'm going to talk about what linked data is. Okay. and some benefits and challenges I discovered in my research, a bit about the process, and then provide some examples of real linked data projects. To begin, let's look at what linked data means. The interesting thing here is that linked data does not have a specific and limited definition. In my research, I've found several different definitions of linked data. However, the one Guarini and Pasamato posed was my favorite so far. They said that linked data is a set of best practices required for publishing and connecting structured data on the web for use by a machine. Linked data was developed by Tim Berners-Lee, the same gentleman who invented the internet. Just a note here, I really recommend that you take a look at Tim Berners-Lee's TED Talk entitled The Next Web of Open Linked Data. It's fascinating and inspiring to listen to him speak. Now, making data connectable by relationships is the key. For example, the book's author is one relationship. The author lives in Seattle, and that's a second relationship. And also, the author wrote this other title, and that's a third relationship. These are all relationships that can be included. This means using the semantic web, which is designed to allow for these relationships between data to be structured in a way that it can be read by computers. The semantic web has its own requirements, which I'll go over in a moment very briefly. The literature focused on two coding standards that can work well with linked data, though there are others. One is Research Description Framework, known as RDF, and one is Resource Description and Access, known as RDA, which is drastically less popular in the literature, but was used for linked data with a few projects due to the ease of using relationship designators, which are already part of the RDA vocabulary. For those of you who aren't heavily interested in cataloging, RDA MARC records are the most recent and most widely used standard for cataloging library records, developed for machines to read information so that it can be placed into a catalog card. RDF is a newly developed standard specifically put forth to meld well with the semantic web. RDF is written in XML, making it easier for a computer to understand and process. Both standards have been used to develop linked data with library records, and both have quite specific reasoning for what makes each standard work well. This URI FAQ link that I've got listed here can be a great resource for you if you need more information on URIs, how to get them, and what to do with them. And we'll talk about URIs here in a second as well. Another really useful tool is called MarcEdit 7. We learned about MarcEdit 7 at our 2018 NASIG pre-conference with Terry Reese and Eric Bergstrom. And it's a free tool, which is great. And you can download it, and it has a section specifically designed to update records and kind of play around in a sort of sandbox to see what you can do with your library records. This could potentially be used to get records ready for linked data en masse, and all it takes is seeing what your specific records need updated. As previously stated, relationships between data must be coded to connect them. And the cool thing about that is that each one in turn provides links to more information. This must follow a certain standard as well to fit within the semantic web framework. So let's take a look at the rules for the semantic web next. They look very simple, right? So URIs, that HTTP listing for each website you currently see, essentially is what we think of as a website link. These should be used for naming things. And then HTTP URIs, these are for when people want to look up the URI names, so each item gets its own HTTP identifier. When someone clicks on one of these URIs, the links must provide useful information using the RDF standard. And then you have to include links to other URIs so that patrons can find more data related to the search. Relationships to the information originally searched is here so that the author's information and what other things may have been involved in. Just remember to check on that URI fact sheet I shared on the last slide if you need more guidance here. If these things are done properly and a standard of coding that is compatible with linked data is used, the linked data connects information to look a bit like this diagram. This is an example of the linked data of Web of Things. Tim Berners-Lee imagined that linked data would emerge as a representation of real things in web format, much like this diagram illustrates. I pulled this diagram from DBpedia, and I have provided the web link here if anyone is interested in that information. I know you can't really read each bubble, but it's a great visual for what linked data actually looks like. Pesha and Miller discussed DBpedia as a great example of a website that currently uses linked data in real time with data uploaded by numerous entities, such as Drug Bank, Global Health Observatory, the New York Times, and NASA, which all have data sets linked on DBpedia. Each of the bubbles on this web image represent one of those entities, and they're categorized by subject, with each subject given a color to track on the map. The connections start to get pretty dense, making it look like everything is all connected. Looking at some benefits, making information interoperable between applications is another thing Tim Berners-Lee was really interested in, because making information capable of bridging gaps so that multiple platforms can process the same data can be really useful. The best example that he gave in his TED Talk was his discussion of social media. His example was, if you find a person on one social media site, and you wanted your other sites to also recognize that person as a friend, that does not currently work right now because there's no data interoperability between those applications. Increased richness of data is an occurrence caused by the amount of relevant information provided at once, which can be sifted through easier than, for example, when you pop something into Google search and have over 200,000 results, of which maybe 100 are relevant to your query. With linked data, you may get fewer results, but all of them will be relevant to your query. Geolocation data is used more for mobile devices. If you have ever searched information on your phone, have you noticed that information populates based on what is closest to you? This is how geolocation data works. And when making library linked data available online, your library will populate data about your materials every time one of your patrons search about something you have to offer. Conversion tools are available through the Library of Congress Bibliographic Framework Initiative, which is one ongoing project using linked data last I saw, and is known as the BibFrame Initiative. These conversion tools are particularly helpful if you're transitioning away from RDA MARC to use RDF. Some challenges. These were actually really interesting. Making records complete and consistent is a challenge because sometimes records do not have everything entered, or maybe things are done inconsistently. These things have to be fixed before data can be published so that everything will connect properly. But you can use tools like MARC-Edit to make this process easier. Ensuring proper relationship designators is a big deal because all the data is going to be connected using these designators. This was the biggest argument in favor of using RDA because there's already a set of vocabulary for relationship designators in RDA. The process of converting data discovers conversion errors with data as it is changing over. These things have to be updated in order to continue the process of publishing data. There are lots of conversion tools out there to help with this. These three things all cause time and efficiency issues, which end up using more resources to make linked data happen. Transitioning away from MARC is also a huge change, and libraries are wary of doing something different from what they're used to, especially if that library is transitioning to RDF and they're unsure about writing the background XML code. Finally, Arleach et al. Discussed that libraries involved in their semantic web identity project were individually confused about what they needed to be doing on the individual level. Some things to remember. As illustrated by the discussion regarding RDF and RDA, the literature did determine that no one individual format for library resources is going to be perfect for using linked data, and that there will be elements of each one that pose issues, as well as elements with each one that make themselves beneficial to the process. There are too many types of resources and too many different ways that they can meld with or clash with any one standard. Library relevance is a huge discussion that most libraries are having, and linked data is definitely something that, if implemented thoroughly, could solidify library relevance in a very visible way. Linked data could end up possibly extending digital library presence in that it could cause an increase in entities digitizing materials to make them available or saved more of them. There were two unexpected challenges that I discovered. The first and most obvious in retrospect is that libraries may not implement simply because librarians are confused. This general confusion about how to implement and the steps involved can easily prevent libraries from moving forward. This was the most surprising of my findings, though based on the lack of solidity and agreement with just the definition of linked data, this should have been foreseen. The second that I had not considered was that copyright might become an issue as linked data is implemented by more institutions. Law-related issues like this are big enough that some libraries may entirely forego the whole process out of nervousness or concern for doing it wrong. To that end, having examples to follow of what other libraries and entities have done can make a huge difference in combating these challenges, which leads me to some projects I discovered in my research. There are a number of linked data projects which are underway either currently or are fully functioning, which can serve as great examples of what to do and how to do it. I have listed them here. Also included in this slide is the Smithsonian's PCC URIs in MARC, and I'll now let Ms. Bertu take over to give you more information about how that works. And here are my references.
Hello, everyone. I am just going to share my screen here. Okay. Hopefully everyone is seeing my slides.
Yes, you're good.
Great. So my name's Heidi Bertu. I'm with Smithsonian Libraries, and I want to say thank you to the organizers for going ahead with this virtual conference and making it freely available. I deeply appreciate the labor that went into this event, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to present today. And thanks also to Jeannie for getting us off to a good start. As a member of the Smithsonian family, I would like to say that the Smithsonian Libraries and Archives stand with the Secretary of the Smithsonian, Dr. Lonnie Bunch, in expressing our deepest sympathy to the families and communities impacted by discrimination and violence. I thank the NASIG board for tapping the Equity and Inclusion Committee for our assistance in drafting our statement against racism. And because talk is cheap, I also thank the NASIG board for making a donation in the amount of $500 to support Black Lives Matter. Before I go into any specifics on our linked data projects, I need to stress here that linked data at Smithsonian is very much a team effort, and I am one person of many involved in these projects. So I'm the one reporting these efforts to you, but it would be wrong to assume that this work was mine and mine alone. So at Smithsonian, we're doing lots of experimenting right now with linked data. So we're adding linked data to our records in our ILS, which is Horizon, but we have no way to make use of that data. It is still completely siloed, but we're still participating in the Program for Cooperative Cataloging's URIs in MARC pilot program because we want to be part of that conversation. This is all work that is being done with the future in mind. Our wiki base is still in its infant stages, so we don't know quite where it's going to go yet, but we're finding there's a lot of momentum behind this project, and I'm going to talk more about that in a bit. There are also some adjacent projects that we've kind of slyly built into our linked data work. So there's an ongoing fast headings project where we have been adding these headings to our bibliographic records. Right before we left for enhanced telework, we also imported fast into our authority file. We have made changes to our import profiles so that we are allowing vocabularies beyond LCSH to be more inclusive in our description. And we have also taken this opportunity to implement PCC's guidelines for minimally punctuated records. And you'll see some examples of that in just a bit. So while we were on site, we were adding linked data elements to our records daily through the use of our linked data import macro. So my colleague Jackie Shea, our descriptive data management librarian, began work on this macro a year ago now. And a few months into that development, we heard about the PCC pilot project, which officially began in November of 2019. So this turned out to be a really happy coincidence for us. So for those who may be unfamiliar with that pilot project, I'll just paraphrase a bit from some introductory emails that we received from Xiaoli Li and John Reamer. So those participating in the URIs and MARC pilot are metadata practitioners who are, quote, road testing linked data work to see what issues and questions arise. You could choose to do this work either in bibliographic or authority records. And the expected end product would be to test and develop PCC best practices for some of the areas the linked data best practices group earlier identified. So Smithsonian Libraries opted to actively participate only on the bib record side of this pilot, but we are still paying very close attention to what's happening with authority records. So development of this linked data macro for us went through several phases. So Jackie would do a lot of developing, and then I would stress test the macro, as would our head of serials and electronic resources. So our final version of the macro does a number of things for us. So you can see this kind of macro express language on the left-hand side of your screen here. So after you have exported your bib records from OCLC, you would run this macro. The macro would then call up MARC edit. It takes your record set through a series of tasks, saves and converts your file, and then imports the records into the ILS. So some of the tasks that this macro calls are native to MARC edit, things like RDA helper and build linked records. So build linked records queries linked data services and returns URIs to populate the subfield 0, which is that authority record control number, and the subfield 1, your real world object URI. And then some of these task specs were built by Jackie. And this is where we did a lot of those testing runs. So those are the tasks that strip punctuation and add the 758. So the 758 field is the resource identifier. And in adding this field, we are following steps outlined in the PCC task group on linked data best practices final report. And as for the punctuation, we have taken what I'm realizing is a somewhat radical step to decide to follow the guidelines outlined in the PCC report on minimally punctuated records, where we are stripping both the terminal and the medial punctuation from bibliographic records on import. So the medial punctuation is the punctuation between subfields. So this rollout, which happened in January of this year, involved a lot of coordination between myself and Jackie and other units involved in cataloging. So my team in resource description is already accustomed to using macros. So this was just a new macro on their available menu. Where we had to do a lot of coordination was with the technology updates with our library web services team. So these were things like making sure all the machines involved in cataloging had MARC edit, had those relevant task files installed so that everything would run smoothly. The biggest change that we saw with our workflow is how we handle authority records. So prior to this macro, catalogers were accustomed to importing related authority records at that point of cataloging. So they would export the bibs, they would export the authority records at the same time and import them. We can't do that now because we can't put authority records through the linked data macro. So Jackie and I have been working on procedures for a new authority upload batch process that happens post-cataloging, and we are testing those procedures right now. And believe me when I say this could be a whole presentation unto itself. As a happy bonus, we have found that this batch process suits our enhanced telework status, so it's something that we can keep moving even while we're out of the office. We have also discovered in this telework environment that our macros don't work because of timing issues with remote desktop. So we are using this opportunity to train people on how to do things the long way, which is not necessarily a bad thing. So I have some example records to show y'all, and I am using artist books because those are the materials I tend to catalog. And I'm going to show you phases in this macro development so you can see the difference. So here we are in our kind of first test run stage, our experimental phase on this macro. And you can see that the macro is bringing in those subfield zeros and subfield ones where it's finding them. It's populating the 1XX and the 3x fields for us. Same thing with our 6XX fields, bringing in those URIs where it's locating them. It's adding in the 758 field. And you see we started this macro with a little tracking field in the 945 telling us that we had put this record through the linked data process. As we refined this and got to the final version of the macro, you will see the big change here is not the linked data. We're still pulling those in, those subfield zeros and subfield ones, but now the punctuation has been stripped out. So if you look at that 245 field, for example, there is no punctuation between the subfields. There's no punctuation between the subfields in the 264, the 300. Same thing again, we're pulling in the URIs where we could find them for the 6XX fields. We're still slotting in that 758 field, but now we have changed our tracking somewhat. So we've moved that into a 959. We have our initials, date, and then the note that the linked data and fast was processed. So that is a very quick introduction to this linked data macro. And now I'm going to zip right into a very quick introduction on Wikidata. And I want to apologize that this is so fast because Wikidata deserves much more time than I'm able to give it here. So Jackie and I had planned to do an entire NASIG pre-conference on Wikidata that was unfortunately canceled, but you know, maybe next year, maybe there's some interest. So Wikidata stores the data used in Wikimedia projects like Wikipedia, but it stores it as structured data in the form of simple relationship statements. So this means it's a really great way to educate staff on the triple statement structure, right, of subject, predicate, and object. So the key here are these relationships, and these relationships are built on items in Wikidata, which are represented by Q numbers. So you have your two items, your subject and your object, and then you connect those with the Wikidata property represented by a P number. And that shows the relationship between those items. If you're at all interested in Wikidata, you can get a free account and start editing data. It is open to anyone who wants to play around with this. So as an example, we'll talk about Lonnie Bunch, who's the secretary of the Smithsonian Institution. So here is Dr. Bunch's Wikidata page. You can see that he has been established and his Q number is right there in parentheses next to his name. And then below, you'll see there's that area statements where you can start making relationships between other items in Wikidata back to Lonnie Bunch. So as an example, we can see in the employer section, we have built these relationships to Smithsonian Institution, to the California African American Museum, and the Chicago History Museum. So if we were to think about that as a triple, we would see that the subject, Lonnie Bunch, is connected to these objects, these other museums, by this relationship of employer. So that is our predicate there. So again, we are in the very early days with Wikidata work, but we are lucky to have an experienced Wikimedian on staff. So that's Diane Shaw, our rare book cataloger, special collections cataloger, excuse me. And Jackie, Diane, and I have convened a Wikidata team So this started out with members from the resource description team, the metadata department, our colleagues in cataloging over at Fair Sackler, and we began meeting last November and holding Wikidata edit-a-thons because we are all learning this together. We've identified some goals and areas of interest here. So we are looking for new ways to manage identities. And there are also several collections in our libraries that simply aren't represented well in Horizon, or they have significant local vocabularies built up around them. So our art and artist files or our index of African art are great examples of this. So collections like these may eventually find a home in Wikidata. We also have a local wiki base that is under development. So a wiki base is your local instance of a Wikidata repository that you can populate with locally developed properties that have those relationships that you need. We've had some early victories here. So we've relatively quickly found support for this project across the Smithsonian, coming from the Office of the Chief Information Officer and from multiple colleagues within museum and archival units. We've also created the Smithsonian P number in Wikidata, which is P7851. And that signifies the relationship of, it identifies a resource held by the Smithsonian Institution. So now that we have that relationship established in Wikidata, we can create those connections between resources and their home museum or their home branch library. And there is a method for creating those new properties in Wikidata if you need to express a relationship that isn't represented yet. We have also had on-site training with Andrew Lee, who is kind of Wikimedian extraordinaire, has done multiple trainings, has published books on this topic, and he has developed some online tools for us. So I am going to attempt to do an online demonstration of this right now. So I'm going to stop sharing my slides. I am going to pull this tool up here on my screen, and I'm going to talk my way through the entire thing. So here I am sharing a tool that Andrew Lee built for us, and this is built on a Google API developed by Tom Steiner. And what this does, if it works, so fingers crossed here, is you can type in a name. So I'm going to give it Suzanne Collins, who is an author, and it is going to search. Great, it is going to search Wikidata. It's going to pull in the Q number for the author, and it's going to pull in the VF number. So this is something we had developed because our art librarian said, hey, we have all of these artists and we're going to search them one at a time in VF to see if they have VF numbers. And we thought, oh no, we could do it this way. Then you can just copy and paste a whole bunch of names in there at once, pull back all those VF numbers, and you can use this kind of tool in other ways as well. This is just one example of how we're using it. So I'm going to stop this share and head back on over to my slideshow. Okay. So that is just an example of an online tool we've developed. Sorry, getting my screens organized here. So the other thing we have discovered is that Wikidata is great for telework. And we have seen a whole new energy and momentum around the Wikidata team. So colleagues from other departments now want to join in because maybe their work isn't as portable, or maybe they're just looking to pick up some new skills and see how this could be relevant to collections that they serve. And it's been very easy for us to bring people into the group. We have everything organized online via shared documentation, so it hasn't been a huge challenge. In this telework environment in particular, we have been working on data modeling discussions. We have been selecting properties for creation in our local Wikibase, creating properties there, and then recording P numbers. We also are doing our own Wikibase training with Wikimedia Deutschland tomorrow. And we have a number of questions for them on data modeling and nesting items and properties, understanding data types, if we can batch import structured data. So I trust that that workshop is going to be a very productive session. So I will say thank you right now. I have a number of resources listed on my slides here that I will make sure to share, but thank you very much for your time and attention.
Hi, this is Mandy again, and we do have a few questions here. Bjorn asks, hi, can you speak a bit more on how library relevance can be helped by linked data? Are there specific types of content that will get better visibility and thus add the visibility and relevance of the library?
Sure. One of my favorite things about implementing linked data as a library is that you can kind of do it so that all of your materials are available. And what I mean by that is, say a patron that is in your service area decides, oh, there's this new book and I really want to buy it. They're not even thinking about libraries, and they're not even thinking about the fact that they can read it without having to buy it. So they just go online to Google and type in, you know, whatever title by whatever author. And one of the listings that pops up is your library listing with the title, the author, the call number, all the necessary information. And then they say, oh, yeah, I can go to my library and check this out. And you can do that with all of your, you know, reference and your archives and all of your things that you do allow people to come see. You know, maybe you do or don't let them check it out and they have their own requirements, but you can do the same thing with all of your materials.
So just to add to that, an example from Smithsonian. So we have a collection in the African Art Museum where the branch librarian has worked hard for years in developing this very nuanced and extensive local vocabulary to describe these items. And it is not in LCSH, and it is, I mean, she has put so much effort and work into this, and it's really incredible. So I'm in discussions with her right now to see, is this something where she would want to go through that process of proposing all of these terms to get them into LCSH, or should we take that vocabulary that she has created and put it into Wikidata where it can then be shared and built on and used by other institutions?
Thank you. Jim Rickerson asks, what is the end result of creating Wikidata information going to be for the users of your library?
So I just shared one potential result, but this work is very new. So I think we're learning all the time how this could change what we do. And we have seen some European national libraries start to move their identity and authority management into Wikidata. So I think there are a lot of possibilities. What I am most excited about are things like these vocabularies, these local vocabularies that fill gaps in LCSH that we could make available. So that's kind of where my head is right now, but there are so many more possibilities that I am missing. If my colleague Jackie were here, I am sure she would have more to add on this.
Okay, Stella Tang asks a question to Smithsonian. There are usually multiple personal records on VF for the same person, and it is not unusual that the records are different. Hang on a minute. Okay, from the LC authority file, how do you do authority control, or do you just search and link to the VF records?
So this is a really great question. So Jackie and I have also been developing a post-load reconciliation step where we make sure that we have pulled in the correct URI for the person, because we had, gosh, how long ago did we do this project? We had a project that I didn't even discuss in this presentation, where we kind of went through this work for a smaller subset of records from special collections. And as we were stepping through there, we noticed that we were having this issue where we were getting mismatches, and we had to do this kind of this post-load reconciliation. So that is something that we need to build out for this authority process, and we just haven't gotten there yet. But we are paying attention to that.
Thank you. Anne Williams asks, have you seen the recent discussion of assigning trigger notes to records for items that have content some find troubling? Would linked data facilitate this better than MARC?
Hi, so I will say I don't know if I've seen the most recent discussion. At my previous institution, I was actually a person who added content warnings to items in MARC for a very specific collection that we held. I honestly have never considered if linked data would be better for that than MARC. I mean, the way I was doing it in MARC was just as either a quoted note, if the creator had added their own content warning, or, you know, as just kind of an unstructured note. That's an interesting question, though. Thank you for that. I will have to do more research on my own.
Thank you. We have an anonymous attendee who asked, one thing that was mentioned as a challenge to implementing LD was issues with copyright. How does copyright enter as a consideration or deterrent for those libraries?
You know, the interesting thing about that is that I had never even considered that copyright might be an issue. But then when I continued reading about it, it really ended up focusing on when you're linking your information to the internet, and exactly what you're putting out on the internet is what makes a difference. So if you're linking out, maybe it's a book and you put out there the description of the book or reviews of the book, making sure that you are referencing the appropriate individuals and that kind of stuff is one really good example. You just kind of have to be really aware of what you're putting out there.
Thank you. Elizabeth McDonald asks, will linked data work well with repository items?
Repository items meaning like in archives?
That would be my guess.
I would assume that it would. I think that it would work the same way as if you were putting information about other materials out there. You would maybe include some information about the availability of those archives, especially if they're archives that you don't check out, and most libraries don't check out archival materials unless they're part of a particular collection that is permitted to circulate in the community. But yeah, I think that it really could. I think that if you really want to get your archives information out there, then linked data could really help to tell your community, hey, you know, we have this information, and especially if somebody's doing research, that might bring them to your library to investigate your archives on that material.
Yeah, and I think my colleagues at the Smithsonian on the digital library side of the house are definitely paying close attention to linked data projects and are participating in our linked data projects.
Thank you. Susan M. Sheldon asks, how do you deal with broken links?
broken links like a URI mismatch.
Again, that would be my guess.
Okay, so I think that gets back to the kind of reconciliation process that we had developed on small scale for this, for the special collections project we did. And now we have to figure out how to implement that as a normal routine as we move more into bringing these URIs in as a matter of course. So we just haven't come up with that aspect of the work yet, but it is on our radar as something we need to develop.
Thank you. Elizabeth Lilka asks, what do you do with authors who aren't in NAF or VF? Do you create authority records?
Yes, so we are a member of NACO, so we create authority records. We were also thinking about experimenting, or at least I was thinking about experimenting with having folks who are in the Wikidata team, if they find a name that isn't in the National Authority file and isn't in Wikidata, creating the name in Wikidata. Because you don't need to go through that same kind of NACO training to do things in Wikidata. So it makes it more accessible and it makes it a more inclusive project.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question. Cindy Tan has a question for Heidi. Could you share what APIs we use to create the automation of finding VF links?
I can share that with you after the presentation, but I do not have that information right in front of me. But please send me an email and I would be happy to share that with you.
Perhaps it could also be shared on the NASIG forum for your session.
I could share it on the NASIG forum as well, as soon as I have the information. Thanks, Mandy.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Well, actually, we probably have time for one more question if anybody has one.
And actually, this goes for another 5 minutes. Doesn't?
Oh, yes. Actually, sorry, my clock is slightly off. How's that for helpful? So, any more questions? No? No more questions. Okay.
We have one from Anna Marie Close that just came in.
Oh, okay. Terrific. Thank you. Can the first speaker expand on copyright considerations with linked data?
Really, the only thing that I can say about the copyright is don't put anything out there that you can't say where it came from. Because if you put something online and you can't say where it came from, then there's a chance that the person that it did come from is going to notice it. Honestly, I can't really expand any further on that. I feel like it's pretty straightforward. Did you have a specific question, or is it just kind of out there about copyright? I know copyright is a scary thing because anything involving getting sued is terrifying. So yeah, that's really the main thing that I would say. Make sure you're aware of what you're putting out there.
Okay, the response was it was more of an ambiguous statement.
Okay.
We have another question. What are the cost issues linked with what are the cost issues with linked data?
Yeah, sorry, this is Heidi. I'm trying to think. I mean, I don't know off the top of my head, excuse me, of monetary costs, but there's obviously time that you will need to allocate time to train people to do something new. So that is a cost. But I feel like, well, sorry, now I'm just thinking off the top of my head, which is always dangerous. But I suppose in what I've seen, the biggest cost is making that time and space to do training, to look at workflows, to look at procedures.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for attending this NASIG 2020 session. This recording will be posted to our YouTube channel in the coming weeks. The speakers will be monitoring the NASIG forum through June 2020 for any questions not covered during this session. Please join us again in 10 minutes for our next session. And thank you to Heidi and Jeannie for their very informative session. Thank you all.
Thanks, everyone. And thanks to Mandy for the expert moderation. For those who are going to stick with us during the 10-minute break, we will be having a quick live chat. If you'd like to participate, please raise your hand in the participants panel. Hey, Joshua, talking's now permitted. Or perhaps that was a hand raise from earlier in the session. Hi, Linus.
Hello.
Hey. I actually had a question for the presenters. I don't know if they're still around, but I was curious about insourcing the linked data work and taking care of it all amongst your team, or have you had any experience or information around working with third parties? I know there's like an organization, the name's slipping my mind right now. I think it starts with a Z. Hold on. Zafira, that's it. There's an organization named Zafira that helps libraries with linked data. Curious if folks have any experience, if you don't have the resources in-house to start off a linked data project, working with a third party like Zafira to help get things done.
So we have not been working with a third party yet. And of course, now that the Q&A has ended, I'm thinking of a way to have answered the cost question. So.
Oh, the Q&A is still going?
Oh, the Q&A is still going. Okay.
Yeah.
So on the cost aspect, we were trying to get a grant so that we could participate in projects like LD4 because we would really like to be involved in that project. But we haven't gotten there yet. We're paying attention to things like, you know, the bib frame work that Library of Congress is doing. We're paying attention to the Sinopia linked data editor.
So we actually do have a couple more questions that have come in. While I'm processing those, I'm going to allow Elizabeth to talk. Elizabeth, you're now live. Though you're still on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
No worries.
Technology got the best of me.
Yep.
I guess my question is about, have you seen or know of experience putting linked data into Dublin core records?
Hi, I actually did see some projects using Dublin Core, though I did not include them in my major research just because there weren't very many of them actually. So I didn't actually include them for that reason. And also because I was trying to focus on cataloging standards that I could try to explain how they work with linked data and the ones that were the most commonly used and why. So I have seen that, though that's pretty much all I can tell you about it.
Well, I guess I was asking because most of our archival special collections material is in a Dublin Core repository. So that's kind of where my head was going, but thank you.
You're welcome. That's really fascinating.
All right, we got a couple other here. I think some folks want to ask whether you can share some of the resources. And so particularly the macro that you built, is that available for others to consume?
I can definitely ask Jackie Shea about sharing the macro. So I don't want to make promises since I'm not the one who built it, but let her know that there is interest.
Great. That was from Kyla and an anonymous attendee. Then we have another question. Is it possible to share with us training strategy for libraries to start using linked data? Or just more broadly, how did folks who were participating in this project for the first time, how did they get up to speed? Or what was that process like?
So it was very much, it was very much learning together as a group. So when we started up the Wikidata team, there were, people like Diane who had been working around these types of wiki projects for a while. There are people like Jackie who has a really strong background with linked data. I do not have strong backgrounds in either of those things. I am curious and eager to learn. And so when we started, it was very much, this self-selecting group. I strongly encouraged folks on my team to be a part of it, but it wasn't a requirement, at least not right now. It could be a requirement in the future. But we would just get together. We would look at readings. We would look at, online trainings together. We got some in-person training, but it's very much a collective effort and all learning together. And it's translated really well into our telework environment. So we've really been able to keep up momentum around those efforts, even though we're not on site.
Thanks, Heidi. Rhonda shared a link with us, linked data resource from UCLA's Semantic Web LibGuide. I don't know if everyone can see that in the Q&A. Thanks for sharing that, Rhonda. So guides.library.ucla.edu/semantic-web.
Very cool. They have the linked data cloud like I had, only theirs is probably a little more updated. It's interesting how often that that particular image changes just because it's constantly being added to. It's really fascinating.
Oh, interesting. I'll look into this for you, Armando. Not being able to click on the link. I'm able to click on it.
It might have something to do with your particular computer requirements too, because mine allowed me to click on it, but it made me go through a bunch of rigmarole because it's not a private link or something like that.
I'll try to get these links into the discussion forum too.
Great. So I'm curious about any conversations either the presenters have had on specifically those Google Knowledge cards that we see when we search, and we see them on the right-hand side. And it seems like they're creating some link data tools. And I don't know how much libraries have adopted those yet. But that knowledge graph, has that ever come up in conversations at the Smithsonian or elsewhere?
It has definitely come up as something that I think we would like to see in our kind of discovery layers. I don't know that we are anywhere close to being able to realize that, but yes, it has definitely come up in discussion.
Looks like it's about time to switch to the next session.
All right, thanks everyone for the live chat, and I'll be moving everyone back to the disabled talking position. And just a reminder for presenters to disable video to reduce bandwidth issues.
Shall I begin sharing my screen now or wait?
Nope, you can go ahead.
Jen, are you going to give the introduction then?
I will, yeah. I just can't get mine's not sharing appropriately. So if you would like to share yours, that would be helpful. But yeah, okay.
So
yeah, you can go ahead and share your screen. Like I said, I can't, mine's not pulling up the slides properly.
Is it sharing properly now?
It's not sharing now.
Okay, hold on. Beg your pardon. Let's try this again. Share.
Yep, there you are.
Okay, great.
Okay, so welcome to the NASIG 2020 session, Walk This Way, Online Content Platform Migration Experiences and Collaboration, presented by Athena Hopner from the University of Central Florida Libraries, Matthew Rigucci from John Wiley & Sons, and Shashing Song from NC State University. Please refer to SCED for a complete biography of the speakers. We will be using the Zoom Q&A for questions during the session. Afterwards, please also participate in our online discussion forum, which can be located at the NASIG website, with additional questions and comments about this session. NASIG Code of Conduct applies to all discussions and presentations. The link to the forum and Code of Conduct are available at the NASIG website, and please tweet about the session using the hashtag NASIG 2020. I would like to thank the NASIG sponsors for helping us make our online conference freely available.
Okay, thank you for that introduction. So my name is Matthew, and I'll be leading this presentation. It's called Walk This Way, an online content platform migration experiences and collaboration, how we're both libraries and publishers and content providers, vendors are working together to improve the content platform migration experience. And I believe I have control of the slides. Oops. There we are. Sorry, thank you for bearing with me. Yes, as I said, my name is Matthew Rigucci. I am the Associate Director of Product Marketing over at Wiley. I just let my colleagues introduce themselves as well.
Hello, everyone. I'm Xiaoyan Sang. I'm the Electronic Resource Librarian at North Carolina State University. Sina, you want to introduce yourself?
I beg your pardon. I didn't realize that my mute had been turned on, probably by me. I'm Athena Hepner, Discovery Services Librarian at the University of Central Florida. Did you all catch that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I'm trying to jump to the next slide here. Okay, to just briefly discuss our agenda for today and for this session, the introductions. Now that you've met all of the speakers, we've gotten that out of the way. First we'll be discussing the different migration experiences, both from the publisher perspective over at Wiley by yours truly, and then Yan will speak about the librarian migration experience at North Carolina State University, and then she'll pass over to Athena, who will talk about the the formation of the content platform migration work group, the work that has been done to date, and what we hope to accomplish by way of timeline and next steps. And before I get started with the just discussing the publisher migration experience, I just wanted to say that sometimes these decisions or actions of publishers can seem a bit arbitrary, and that perhaps we are unsympathetic to librarian needs and what they need to do in order to make the migration seamless for them and their users. But I just wanted to let you guys know that we do a lot of strategic planning, and decisions that are made are often deliberate ones that are largely in benefit of both the libraries and the publisher as well. But this is really, platform migrations are an immense undertaking on the publisher and platform provider side. So just wanted to consider, from the different perspectives, that we're not actively trying to make your lives more difficult. It's just that there are challenges that we face along the way, and hopefully you'll learn a few of them by virtue of this presentation from the publisher experience. So before I get started about the specific migration that recently took place, I thought it would be helpful to demonstrate that Wiley is no stranger to platform migrations, and sort of to help contextualize the platform-related activities that have happened within the company in the last 12 or so years. I've been at Wiley for about 5 years now, so I've had to do a little bit of oral history searching with my colleagues and getting them to share some of their war stories, not all of them good ones, about prior platform migration experiences and lessons learned. But I picked out the more salient points in our platform timeline. So back in 2007, Wiley acquired Blackwell Publishing. And this is really important to note because after that acquisition, there were two large online platforms sort of existing under the Wiley roof. You had Wiley InterScience, or WIS, and Blackwell Synergy. So a few years later, in 2010, a homegrown platform called Wiley Online Library was developed to house the content on both of these platforms. So WIS and Blackwell Synergy both came together under one roof. So we fast forward a few years later to the next significant platform event, which was when Wiley acquired Adapon. And this acquisition was made for a few reasons, certainly strategic to diversify the portfolio, among other reasons. But most notably, it really allowed us to more easily move to their flagship product known as Literatum, which was one of the more popular scholarly publishing platforms in the industry. And so there's a lot of work and planning that went into this. And then in early 2018, our homegrown platform of Wiley Online Library moved to the Adapon instance of Literatum in March of 2018. And since then, there have been some tangential related platform migrations or content absorptions. Most notably, Blackwell Reference Online, or BRO, was hosted on the Highwire platform. that all of that content, largely humanities content, was moved over to Wiley Online Library. And then Access, which can be a confusing acronym if you have access or entitlement issues. Access stands for the American Crop, Soil, and Environmental Studies Society. The majority of their books and journal content came over to Wiley Online Library as well. So we're able to absorb all of that content and get it hosted in an effective way that, it definitely took a lot of work and preparation to make that as seamless as possible for users. So again, we are no strangers to platform migrations. We've experienced them probably more frequently as of late. And where our views on this are continuing evolving, and hopefully any subsequent platform migrations that come to pass, we will be better prepared for. So there's a bit of a lag with the slides here. There we are. So what I really want to talk about from Wiley's perspective is a migration that I was most heavily involved in, which would be the Wiley Online Library migration to Literatum. So my involvement in this was largely from a marketing perspective. I sit on the marketing team, but I also dabbled a little bit in library technical services and in working with our vendor partners as well. But this was a move from a homegrown product, little Wiley Online Library, onto Literatum. We did this for a few reasons, but it's really important to consider the amount of resources and effort and staff sort of required to maintain a homegrown product or platform rather. So the decision was made to move this to Literatum, which would also allow us for more features and functionalities as being such a prominent product within the industry to sort of expand upon what Wiley Online Library could do. So it really was a long time coming. This was certainly a cross-team collaboration. As I mentioned, I sit on the marketing team, but I met daily with product colleagues, both on the Wiley side and the Adapon side. I regularly interfaced with my sales colleagues to communicate things internally, but also platform migrations not only affect libraries or library users, but also societies and authors and researchers and corporate customers as well. So all of that sort of had to come together with a lot of planning and cross-functional work. Internally. Externally, the good news is we were able to leverage the relationships that we had with discovery vendors and partners who would be interested in things like changing link syntaxes. So our partners over at EBSCO and ProQuest and WT Cox and Ovid and everywhere else, we were able to communicate with them to make known the links that would be changing and the impact that would be on our mutual partners. Communication, cadence, and planning. We took the sort of approach, a rule of thumb, to communicate early and often. So we ultimately communicated, at least initially, the platform migration about 2 months prior. That was really the most notice that we could give, given the details that we had at the time. But then subsequent communications that went out to our library partners, sort of leading up to the migration and then shortly after as well. So that took a lot of planning and all hands on deck sort of effort that I think that we were able to get the word out, but I'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. But really one of the notable things about this particular migration, it was a hard cutover. So there was no simultaneous hosting of the old Wiley Online Library to the new Literatum Wiley Online Library, which really left less room for error, right? So when you get into things like linking and redirects and stuff, you really can't, the changes that libraries need to be making, for example, or vendors need to be making, need to really be synchronized to when the new platform goes live. Otherwise, you're essentially pointing to users to a place that doesn't exist yet. So again, we had to take a lot of careful planning, and it was very delicate process, to say the least. So I want to talk a little bit before talking about the communications, specifically the data exchange experience. So I advocated strongly that we had redirects, which really proved essential, and I think mitigated the amount of access issues that we had with users who aren't able to update to the new links or where the content did live. So if there's one piece of advice I can impart to any other publishers or platform providers in the room, is to really make sure that you get redirects put up, and hopefully in perpetuity as well. If you think about folks who have bookmarked content, I think it really does cut down on the amount of access issues, or certainly user errors where they're not going to see a 404 page or a page not found message in their browser. I know that in some cases we had users who were using the old Wiley InterScience redirects. So it's a redirect on a redirect, which didn't work actually. So again, it really just underscores the importance of accurate or up-to-date redirects in place. But that's really not the panacea that will solve everything, right? So ideally you want vendors and librarians to have the most up-to-date linking available. So we really did this by communicating with our vendor partners. And again, you know them all, right? OCLC, EBSCO, ProQuest, Exlibris, to make sure that they had the new open URL parameters, that they had our KBART files, which contained the linking syntaxes and targets for journals, MARC records providers. OCLC is our MARC record provider, making sure that the 856 fields were updated, and any linking that was in chapter and article level metadata. So sending that to vendors beforehand, but then also, again, synchronizing that to when the hard cutover happened in March of 2018. We also had to work with OCLC to make sure that our proxy stanzas were up to date. So shout out to them, where they were able to test the new URLs and making sure that they were working and helping communicate that out as a call to action for any mutual easy proxy users for Wiley Online Library. We also had to work with Crossref to make sure that the digital object identifiers, or DOIs, were updated with the content. I think that was fairly important because a lot of researchers, citations use DOI linking, right? So it was, given the size of our portfolio, it was no small undertaking to get this data in place, but Crossref was a very gracious partner in making sure that this was done quickly and on time. Usage data was a bit of a different story. So we essentially kept the old platform, the old Wiley Online Library platform administrator dashboard kind of on life support even after the migration, so that users could access usage data even after the migration happened, because we didn't want to sort of cut off that usage data. And there were a lot of complexities involved, or idiosyncrasies rather, in getting that legacy usage data over to the new platform. So we continued to provide it on the old platform until 2019, where we used the Counter 5 code of practice migration as an opportunity to bring the legacy data over, but then also start providing Counter 5 usage data through the Add Upon Insights usage reporting tool. So that's really what users were seeing with with the usage data, and being able to provide that in a consistent way. But then we did migrate the usage data to the new Wiley Online Library going back to 2010, I believe. So again, we wanted to make that usage data consistently available because obviously it plays such a critical role in collection development decisions. And going back to the communications piece, so on this bento box over here to the right, you can see sort of screenshots of the resources that we were able to provide. That first and foremost, we created a migration hub site to house all of the resources that we created, to point librarians, to point users, to point different stakeholders for information over here. We also created a global email campaign of something like 33,000 global librarians. We really tried to cast a wide net to get the information out to all librarians, to let them know that the migration was coming, and to inform them of any actions that they potentially had to take to make sure that this was a seamless migration and that there was no drop in access, right? So we ultimately sent 3 messages way before, 2 months, a month before, and then essentially right, but the day before, to remind users of the migration that it was taking place, and then a sort of a subsequent post migration message with a survey too, for users to let them know that the migration had happened. But all the while pointing again to this migration hub site, to a few resources, including very thorough technical FAQ, which had in-depth information about linking and parsing and usage data and sushi credentials and anything else you can think of that an electronic resource librarian might be concerned with. We also posted a URL crosswalk document, excuse me, which resembles a KBART file, except that we included very high-level linking syntaxes to show what abstracting linking would look like on the new profile, what table of contents linking would look like, PDF linking, all of that stuff, in addition to the landing pages for journals and books and reference works. And again, given our portfolio, it was a very large document, but again, showing what the old URL would be and then what the new one would be in case the libraries had to take any actions to update the URLs themselves. We did try to take a centralized approach in communicating this information to vendors and saying that hopefully that, by pushing this information to the vendors, they would push it in turn to our mutual customers. So not every single library would have to make these changes individually. We do appreciate that there are some librarians who A, wanted this data, but then B, also wanted to make these changes. We also provided a succinct checklist of sort of the action items that libraries potentially needed to take with things like testing access and checking bookmarks and MARC records and open URLs and things like that as well. And lastly, and perhaps most importantly, was training our support staff to make sure that they were armed with knowledge to handle questions before, during, and after the migration. So there are a lot of challenges that we faced. I probably couldn't fit them all on one page, but I think that these are probably the most important ones and will certainly resonate with the other publishers or anyone else, any other content provider that has to undergo a platform migration. The first was the rolling launch date. We had initially, we're going to launch in late February, and that got pushed back. And then the go and no-go decision was made 2 days before the platform migration actually happened. So then we had to scramble to get the email out to as many people as possible to let them know that it was happening over the weekend. It was certainly a strenuous time, to say the least. Finding the right person or persons, that was another challenge that I faced individually. It was finding the right product person, speaking to the right, either on the Wiley side or the Adapon side, or to other colleagues who were ultimately, would be affected by this migration or had information. In addition to, we were able to leverage external partnerships for information, but sometimes those weren't necessarily the right person to go to either. So they had to relay the information or put us in touch with someone who we needed to speak to. And then also on the library side, all of the contacts for our global email campaign, a lot of them are folks who are making purchasing decisions and are stored in our customer retail management system, not necessarily the electronic resource librarian who need to make the changes, needed to be aware of this. So it was our hope that our contacts would sort of push this information on to relevant colleagues, but we couldn't necessarily guarantee that because we didn't have all the information. Meeting all stakeholders' needs, as I mentioned, more than libraries and library users were affected by this. We had to consider society needs, author needs, corporate needs as well. So bringing all of that together, working with those colleagues, making sure that their needs, be they communication or technical, were also met, proved challenging at times. And post-migration troubleshooting. So despite all of the efforts that we made, there were still access issues post-migration. I'm hoping that we mitigated a lot of them by providing information both to librarians and to our support team. But ultimately, we were getting questions about, about the platform, either during the launch or post-launch, that proved certainly trying or harrowing at times. The fundamental question that sort of kept me up at night during this whole process was, did we do this right? So there were no standards in place around how to do this. I certainly looked at what other publishers had done in terms of platform migrations, and certainly my own experiences as a librarian in my past life helped inform what we ultimately did and how Wiley acted, at least from a communication standpoint or technical services pieces. But I always wondered, was there going to be some sort of fallout from this? So it was just sort of a looming sort of paranoia that it really didn't subside until after launch. The good news is that we did launch a post-migration survey, and we were met largely with favorable results. That the only complaint was that we didn't give enough time right before launch, which really couldn't have been helped because of the go, no-go decision being made 2 days prior to the launch and then scrambling to get the information out. So that was a dependency on our product team that unfortunately we couldn't help. But other than that, I think we were able to effectively communicate the changes to libraries. But again, that's sort of that fundamental question certainly loomed large, at least until after we launched. So I think that's actually a good segue into Jan's portion of the presentation to describe the librarian experience, not just from Wiley, but from other publisher migrations as well. So I'll just pass this over to Jan now. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Matthew. I'm trying to look like I have control the slide. Let's give it a try. Just bear with me for a minute. I'm trying to figure this out. Look like I do have a control, but there might be a delay.
So we can see your cursor moving.
Yes. I pressed my keyboard. Doesn't look like it's moving. Let me try. Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. Sorry about the delay. Thanks, Matthew. It's always helpful to hear a publisher's perspective as we all work together to improve the process. So I will be sharing our platform migration experience at NC State University libraries. All right, great. So in NC State University libraries, we have access to 1.3 million ebooks, 122,000 e-journals, and 678 databases. So how are content migration managed in our libraries? The Acquisition Discovery Department oversees our e-resource lifecycle, and content migration is one of the activities under the e-resource management umbrella. Within the department, the monograph unit, which I'm in, manages streaming videos and ebooks, while our serial unit is responsible for e-journals and databases. So a big shout out to my colleagues at NC State University libraries. Starting in 2016, as shown here, as a fiscal year 2017, what you're seeing here, we saw an uprising in the number of platform migrations. So we decided to use Trello to help us manage our content platform migration. For those of you who don't know Trello, it is an open source project workflow management tool, and we have been using it for many of our workflow and projects. So since then, each year, we dealt with a handful of migrations on our publisher and vendor platforms. So what do you see here are 17 monograph migrations that directly impacted us, and we need to do something about them. This doesn't include migration that do not impact us or those that our serial unit handled and documented on their own Trello card. To start the process, we first need to be notified with migration. The notification comes to us through a variety of channels. A good number of notifications come directly from our publishers. Some of them include a very detailed checklist, which we really love to see. Some migrations are announced on listservs. We don't always monitor our listservs, but we have run into a few as a serendipitous encounters, which is good. Our knowledge base provider also provides change alerts related to migrations. A couple of times, colleagues from other departments pass on the migration emails that they receive. There are also times we receive patron access issue reports that are caused by migration. Once we become aware of the migrations, we need to evaluate the impact on us. To do that, we ask the following questions. When is it going to happen? Is it now, in a weeks, or in a few weeks, or in a month? Knowing timeline is important for us to plan ahead. The second question is, will our resources be affected? What are they? Know that publishers usually send out a global campaign email, as Matthew just mentioned earlier, not necessarily a customized notification to individual customers. There are times a migration will not affect us at all. The third question is important. Will the URL be redirected temporarily or permanently? To add permanent redirect means we don't need to update any records or links. A temporary redirect indicates we need to update links and mark records. The last question is, what do we need to do? So what do we need to do? There are times we don't need to do anything. More often though, we need to do something. Let's take a look at the action that we have to take with a few examples here. Some migrations involve updating mark records. This is a example of our MyEye library migration to eBook Central. On the left is a screenshot of the Trello card for this migration. For this particular migration, it's more complex because we have mark records from our knowledge base provider and also records batch loaded into our IIS. We had to identify updated mark records that were batch loaded into our IIS. We also needed to communicate with our knowledge base vendor, making sure that those records provided by our knowledge base vendor were updated as well. Updating Easy Proxy is another most common action we take. The example on the left shows the notification we received from Gil about a change from HTTP to HTTPs. It says we might need to update our Easy Proxy, which turned out to be the case. The message also mentioned auto redirect, which means we don't need to update the URLs. So there are times we need to get a clarification from publishers due to our specific local system setup. In that case, we'll need to look for more clarification from our publishers. All right, there's a delay in slide change. Let's give it a second. All right. Do you see my mouse moving here? All right.
I do not. Let me know if you want me to advance the slide.
That'd be great. Thank you, Asina. All right. So other actions we have taken include a download a usage report. To know that our department doesn't manage usage report, which are managed by our collection department. If a migration involves usage report change, we will pass it down to our collection department so they can gather the necessary report before the old platform is demolished. Sometimes a migration requires us to set up a new admin account. When a migration affects any user directly, sometimes a migration may cause temporary interruption to the platform, and we will need to notify our public service folks to give them a heads up. The local migration process typically starts with the e-resource librarians at our libraries. It may involve colleagues within the department or in other departments. For mark records update, are usually pulling our catalogers in our unit. Sometimes a migration may involve other departments. For example, a serious e-resource librarian shared with me that there was a database migration showing up in our best bet search result, which were managed by different departments. Other time, we had our IT involved with some more complex Easy Proxy update. Next slide, please. I have to say, most of our migration have been quite smooth with no trouble at all or just some minor issues, but there are a couple of snags which may get overlooked and need our attention. Of course, the purpose to bring them up is not to complain, but rather to make stakeholders aware so as to take actions to improve them. So the first one, although we have many channels to receive migration notice, as I mentioned earlier, we don't always receive them ahead of time. So we stumbled into a couple of those. The second one, we had trouble identifying affected records not coming from our knowledge base. The URLs for these records usually might have gone through several changes, so it was not easy to identify them in our catalog system. Sometimes older content didn't get migrated correctly. We reported those to the publishers. There were times migration happened when affected resources were used by our class. If a resource were migrated correctly and properly, everything would be fine. Otherwise, this is very disruptive to our users, especially very often that resolving them takes time. So the last one I want to mention is migration during peak usage period. Finals or in the middle of the term. The diagram at the bottom shows is a snapshot of our users' electronic resource use from last February to this February. We can clearly see there's a pattern here. Peak usage occurs from February to end of May, then drops in summer, starting June until August. In September, usage picks up again, then slows down during Christmas and early January, and back up again in February. So no matter how much we have prepared for migration, there are always unforeseen issues. To minimize the interruption, we hope that publishers will take this usage pattern into consideration when planning their platform migration if possible, avoid peak usage period, plan switchover during summertime when usage is low. We understand it is not always possible because publishers may have customers across the globe with different time zones or schedules. That's understandable, but just do as you can. Next slide, please. If we were to be granted a wish by Genie, we would wish for a seamless transition with minimal interruption to our users. And that's where the NASIG content platform migration projects comes about. Now I'm going to pass on to Asina, who will talk about the project.
Okay, so those were really good presentations that show a lot of the work that's involved in the content platform migration from the publisher, platform vendor, and librarian's point of view. So all of this dialogue started happening in NISO, which is the National Information Standards Organization, in the Information Policy and Analysis Topic Committee. So we had a survey out about some projects that might be worth looking at to create some sort of standards or recommended practices around. And Kim Steinele, or I'm sure I butchered that, I'm sorry, Kim, and I, we were both on the IPA, and we were talking about the number of migrations and the amount of work that is involved for libraries and for publishers. So Duke University Press, where Kim is from, had migrated platforms recently, and UCF as a librarian was on the receiving end of many of these migrations as well. So publishers, we did an informal survey on ERNL list about how many migrations people were experiencing and asked people to crowdsource a Google Doc to document these. Publishers had one about every 5 to 10 years. Content platform vendors were experiencing them about 5 to 10 per year. And librarians were experiencing 10 or more per year. And it was a growing trend. I think a lot of that is to do with the not only migrations just from one content platform to another for a publisher without new content, but publishers buying new content, adding in new things to their existing platform and so forth. So there's a lot of migration going on. So we talked about it and decided to create a work item. And once we did that, our first step was to find people who would be willing to share their expertise. So we cast out a call for participants. We got a huge response. We had so many people who were interested, which I think speaks to how many people are impacted by this and how many people feel like they could have benefited from additional guidance. So we had a wealth of participants to choose from, and these are ultimately the members that were selected. And there's been some turnover as people found they could no longer participate, and we've added new people in. So the work item, this is basically a summary of what we wanted to do. We wanted to develop a recommended practice to help standardize the process and provide recommendations to improve communications before, during, and after migrations. So a lot is bundled into that. And a recommended practice is different than a standard. It is going to give ideas about how to do something well. It's not saying this is a standard way. It's not nearly as rigorous in the process of creating it, reviewing it, or following it. But this is what we set out to do in terms of a process of preparing this recommended practice. We wanted to investigate the state of migration. So we had a lot of interviews with different stakeholders. We had some surveys and literature reviews, a lot of reviewing of vendor communications and checklists that had been provided over the years, and looking at the timelines, cycles, and decisions that were communicated about various migrations. We looked at related standards, including this list. I'm not going to read them all in the for the sake of time. We're running a little short, but there's a lot of standards that exist that come into play during the migration, some of them a little bit more closely related than others. And then we really wanted to pull in a lot of the stakeholder perspectives and experiences. And just listening to Matthew and Jan, you could hear that there are a lot of people and organizations involved in a migration. So your knowledge bases and the Crossref and the librarians, of course, and all of these different entities that need to be involved. And we needed to find out what steps they need to be contacted, who to contact, what they need to be told, and so forth to pull this into our recommended practice. So we also planned on exactly what we might want to deliver, and this is what we're working towards. Recommendations, a communication plan, checklists that give specific things about who's doing what at what time and who the other stakeholders are involved, and a glossary of terms so people know exactly what we mean when we say migration. So this was our timeline, and up until the right initial draft, it's pretty much accurate. The right initial draft period has sort of expanded. We originally had planned it to be done a few months ago, but we don't want to rush it. We want to get it done to a good end and make sure that we're happy with it before we move on. But after we finish writing the draft, we'll have a comment period and people can give feedback. And this is open to everyone. So you can look at it and say, but you missed this, or this part doesn't describe what needs to happen in that stage. So look for that, and we hope you will give feedback during that stage. And then after we get all those comments in, we'll respond to them and revise the draft, and then have a publication and promotion period. So that is the NISO IPA work group process. And I want that it's something that is not, if you have an idea for NISO, for any of their focus areas or work areas, then it's not something that you can just say, well, I guess I don't know what to do. You can contact NISO and you can be involved in one of these groups yourself. So a little plug for participating in NISO and standards making. And I think now I'll move on to any questions. I'm going to stop sharing my screen and look at the questions. So I don't know. Go ahead.
Hey. How do you manage the platform changes with your library system?
Could you repeat that question? I apologize. I didn't catch the first part.
How do you manage the platform changes with your library system?
I think that Jan might want to speak to that, but I'll throw in that the integrated library system is going to have a lot of links, and depending on the nature of your system, you may be having to do updating of 856s through global search and replaces, or you might get that through the knowledge base when it's updated. Hopefully that information would be coming from the platform provider to the knowledge base, and then it would be updated if that's the format you have. For the University of Central Florida, we have a very outdated version of Aleph. So we have to do a lot of global searches and replaces. And that can go pretty well, excuse me, if it's a relatively straightforward change, if there's something that's very consistent to search for and something that's very easy to replace with, like if there's a document identifier, a DOI is perfect. We can find that, we can replace the bits around it that need to change, and there you go. But if it's, for instance, 10 years out of date URL for something that then goes through a redirect that then doesn't have anything in common with the new URL, that gets very difficult. But I'll let someone else who's probably more experienced with actually doing changes in the ILS respond.
I can answer some of those questions. I think Sina addressed pretty much everything we do here at our library too. So I think very important is you have to know where our data come from and where they go to. I mean, regarding to resources, I know sometimes library have a complex system like us. We have a suite of systems. We have RS, we have a knowledge base, we have discovery system, and also database and our local URMs. So I think once you know your data pipeline, where the data come from, and then where they go to, you should be able to identify them and fix them as they come in, like the URL change in ILS, and then there's easy proxy configuration change if you're using easy proxy. And the knowledge base, of course, as Athena mentioned, that you have to contact your knowledge base provider, have them update the links on their end. Okay, I hope that answers the question. I see another question about the Trello. There are several people asking about Trello. So we're using the free version of Trello. It has been working great for us. The only thing with the free version is that I think you can only have 10 Trello boards, free Trello boards with the free version. So that's something you have to manage locally. And another question about if we have a checklist for Trello. I don't have a specific checklist, but the question I listed today, that's pretty much all the questions I ask when I'm handling this migration. And in the Trello board, I didn't mention that I do have different tabs in Trello. You can mark it if this migration require action or does not require action. You can also mark like a deadline when this migration happens. And that's something you have to have it done before that deadline. So you can manage all of this in Trello. All right, I hope that's helpful.
As far as the comment that PyJ is another NISO recommended practice that ideally would be included in the best practices and standards, that is absolutely true. And I believe there is a section on PyJ. The way we did this is we divvied up who was more or less familiar with different aspects of the migration and different standards. And then we wrote summaries of how they relate to migrations. And so for a lot of the standards, there's going to be a little blurb that describes how they relate and what the standard is. And I do think that PyJ is one of them. I didn't do the PyJ or KBARD or any of those standards. I was more focused on counter and some of the other things. So I couldn't speak to what they said about PyJ. I don't remember who did that section.
There was another question here, or rather a statement that I just wanted to address because I think it's an important one from an anonymous attendee. They say, quote, "It is very difficult to consider launch date of migration by publishers that act as providers. Preference is always during intersessions and break to avoid disruptions." That's absolutely right. I will say that from our experience, we launched in March, which is right smack dab in the middle of semester, at least in the United States. Which was something that ideally perhaps we could do in July, perhaps when class is not in session, or at least during the larger semesters. But that is a great point that I think that we should endeavor to include in the recommended practice as well.
Though there has been some feedback that worldwide there doesn't seem to be an ideal time. And given that many of the platforms affect customers worldwide, it sort of puts them in a rock and a hard place, because if you choose a date that's great for the United States, it might not be great for some other region.
Absolutely, there's no one size fit all, I think.
We have a couple of more minutes if there are any other questions or comments.
All right, doesn't seem like there are any other questions. So thank you for attending this NASIG 2020 session. This recording will be posted to our YouTube channel in the coming weeks. The speakers will be monitoring the NASIG forum through through June 2020 for any questions not covered during the session. Please join us for our next session, and thank you to our presenters for their fantastic presentation.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Hey everyone, this is Tony Zanders again, just tuning in for our quick break. Might be a good chance to hear from some of the folks who are attending NASIG for the first time. Everyone is currently disabled from talking, but if you raise your hand using the Zoom participants box, we will happily give you talking permission so we can hear your voice. Rita, you're now live.
Hi, everyone. First timer. Wish I would be in Spokane with you.
Absolutely. Spokane's a bit better than Louisiana right now. It's about 90 degrees outside. If you just want to raise your hand, I will grant you talking permissions. Armando, you're now live. And so are you, Jennifer. But you do have to unmute. There you go.
Okay. I just wanted to say that thank you for making it free and available to people who are not normally members, because this is way outside my practice area, but it has been very interesting. So I really appreciate the opportunity to listen in on y'all. You're talking about things that are only tangentially related to what I do, but it's useful knowledge for me to have. And also it is brutally hot in Mississippi too. So I feel you.
And what part of Mississippi are you from, or living in right now?
I'm in Starkville, as I am.
Yep. Is that Mississippi? Is that Mississippi State's there?
Yeah.
Nice. Let's see who else we got here. Hey, Linus, you're now live.
You say it, Linus.
Linus, sorry about that.
That's okay. That's my grandmother's name. She's never seen it written down. So they made
Lovely.
up a spelling. You know how that is.
Lovely.
Yeah. But I'm in Alabama. I'm in Huntsville.
Great. We got a lot of representation from the South here. I'm kind of. We got Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama covered.
Yeah, I'm in Alabama A&M.
Nice.
And it's rained here today because of the storm, I imagine, the tropical storm.
I'm glad we dodged that bullet. It's too early in the season for us to have a hurricane.
Hey.
That thing needs to calm down. We got a lot going on in the country right now. We do not need another named storm.
Well, it's all cleared off now. That was this morning, and it's sunshiny again. So let's hope it's a trend.
Well, I'm windy in Iowa and the storms made it to here. So thanks for the rain.
It's like a hot potato.
My first NASIG was the one in Atlanta, and I've enjoyed, I've been to that one and to the one in Pittsburgh and enjoyed them very much. I want to keep coming.
Great, great, great. Cindy, I'm going to stop complaining. Cindy has 104 over in West Texas yesterday, so I'm just going to be quiet. I'm just going to be grateful. Okay, Memphis in the house. Hey, Elizabeth.
I'm in North Carolina. I would like to deeply thank the person who invented air conditioning.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
I heart the person who invented air conditioning.
Do we have anybody not in the South? Are we just holding it down today for everyone? We got Memphis.
Pittsburgh.
Okay, there we go.
Oh.
And we have
Cooper,
12 degrees in
Canada.
Scotland, so that's nice.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Well, I mean,
Wait, is that
12
Celsius or Fahrenheit?
Fahrenheit. I mean, Celsius,
gonna-
of course. I mean, not Fahrenheit.
I was like, I need
virtually
you to do
virtually never 12 Fahrenheit in Scotland.
Well, I'm actually from the southwest of England, and at moments like this in the height of summer, I very, very much would like to be home.
I'm wondering about that snow in Colorado.
When? This week? There was snow in Colorado this week?
Yep.
Nice. Oh, wow. We got a roll call here, guys. We got Boise, Idaho. We got Kansas, Chicago, Virginia, Rhode Island. There we go. Wisconsin. Greg from SoCal. This is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm the one who woke up to 3 inches of snow this morning, but I do live at about 8,000 feet. So not all of Colorado got that.
You want to swap?
I'm pretty happy with it.
Okay,
So,
I'm in North Carolina. If you want to swap, just let me know.
I will say my flowers that I planted last weekend are not too thrilled about it, but yeah.
Nice. I have been to Spokane once. I went, I think ALA Midwinter was in Seattle last January, and I caught this short puddle jumper right over to Spokane, and that is it. That is one beautiful city.
I went to, I did my undergraduate work in Walla Walla, Washington, and I had friends. And so I've been to Spokane a number of times. And I was really in hopes I'd get to visit my friends in Seattle as well, but maybe in 4 years. But Spokane's a cool place.
It is. There's
As
some
for
nice.
snow, my friends in Northern Nevada had snow this past week.
Yeah, it's too late for all that. It's
I agree.
my goodness. How do you even know which wardrobe to take out? Okay, Wichita, Kansas. Hey, Connie. Upper 90s yesterday. Yeah, look, it's summertime. Is it officially summer yet or no? Am I just making that up?
92 in
It'll
Pittsburgh.
be officially summer the 22nd or 3rd.
It's always summer here except for like 2 days of winter. So I was just looking at Dominic coming in from London thinking, yeah, I grew up in South London. That's where I want to be right now.
Mm-hmm. So we have Carol saying a cold front is coming through and it's gonna make it 91.
Oh.
And she's in Dallas. Nice.
Tony, how do you say your last name?
Xanders, like Sanders, but with a Z, like a zebra. Xanders.
Okay, so they didn't misspell it. Okay.
No, very thoughtful. I do have to correct spelling more than occasionally.
Well, you know I do.
Hi, Ola. We have Ola from Lebanon. Nice. That might be the furthest away.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is really cool to virtually connect. I appreciate everyone connecting, and frankly, this has been a perfect distraction from all of this craziness going on here in the States. And so I'm grateful to see everyone and to get a change of pace.
It's nice. I miss the conference, but I will say this: it is nice to sit on my couch.
Absolutely.
So you're overseas then?
No, I'm in Louisiana, but we have a couple folks who are out of the country. At least 3 that we saw today. We got Scotland, Lebanon, and maybe one other country.
Looks like it's about time for the next session.
Great. Well, thanks for connecting, everyone. I'm going to move everyone back to the disabled talking position and hope you enjoy the next session.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Let me get my slide share set up here. And then I will start.
And just one quick technical note, if we could have everyone disable video to reduce our bandwidth issues, that would be much appreciated.
Sorry. Okay, hold on. All right, I'm ready. Sorry about that. Okay. Nope. Okay.
Thank you to everyone. Welcome to our first sponsor lightning session of NASIG 2020. It's presented by representatives from 4 of our conference sponsors. Each sponsor is going to speak for about 6 minutes, and then we'll field questions at the end using the Zoom Q&A. If there are questions we don't have time to answer, if you think of other questions, we'll be monitoring the NASIG forum over the next few weeks. As a reminder, the code of conduct applies to all the discussions and presentations, and the links to these items are available on the website. If you're tweeting, please keep using the NASIG hashtag NASIG 2020. All right. Thank you to all of our sponsors for making the conference freely available. Today, I'm excited to hear more from our reps at Paula Brewster at EBSCO, Andrew Clinton at American Chemical Society, Dave Solano at DeGruyter, and Heather Pewar at our research about what the organizations have been working on. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our first sponsor speaker today. Let's see, is Paula? Yeah, Paula Brewster. So Paula, you're up first. Are you ready?
Well, what I want to do is share my PowerPoint. Is there a way I can get into that from here, or?
Yeah, if you click on the share, can you click on the share screen icon at the bottom of the
Yep.
Zoom?
Yes, and now I have portion of screen, files. Is that what I need?
If
your PowerPoint's open, you should be able to find the screen your PowerPoint is on.
Okay, all right. I've got it then. Okay, can you see this?
Not yet. If you click on the screen you want and then share, and then that usually.
Well, I'm open on my PowerPoint, so okay. Let's see. I don't see it here.
Let's see, Paula, do you want to email me your presentation and then we can come back to you?
Yes.
And I can share it. We can do it that way.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
And this is Megan?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
And then I can share my screen.
All right.
After Heather. Andrew
okay.
From American Chemical Society. Are you ready to present?
Sure.
Sure. Thank y'all for being flexible.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name's Andrew Clinton, and I am the Marketing Manager for Community and Platform Outreach at ACS Publications, and I'm based in Washington, D.C. So ACS Publications is a division of the American Chemical Society, and we support our researchers through publication of more than 60 journals, ebooks, scientific programs, and our news magazine, Chemical and Engineering News. We continue to expand our offerings and improve existing resources to help our scientists accelerate their research and to support their careers. So I'm very pleased to talk about some of these introductions today. So the first of our new introductions is our new ACS in Focus ebook series. So these ebooks help readers of all levels accelerate their fundamental understanding of new topics and core techniques from across the sciences. In an instructional settings, these works bridge gaps between textbooks and literature. For seasoned scientists, they satisfy the hunger for continuous growth in knowledge and capability. These ebooks are about a 4 to 6 hour read, and they use layman's language so that newcomers can easily digest the topics. The very first ACS in Focus book, which was just launched, Machine Learning and Chemistry, is now available for preview on the website. ACS Publications responds to growth in scientific fields with the introduction of new journals, such as these ACS ES&T Water and ACS ES&T Engineering, both which expand our current environmental science journal portfolio. ES&T Engineering provides engineering solutions for environmental issues, and ES&T Water is dedicated to water research and policy. Both journals are now accepting submissions and will publish articles later this summer. When ACS launches a new journal, there's a rigorous evaluation process that involves the scientific community to determine the validity as well as the need for a new journal within a certain field. By the time a new journal is publicly introduced by us, it has already passed several internal stages of review by active researchers and American Chemical Society members, and has also received a commitment from ACS to support that field and its respective community for many years to come. We're also continuing to support and invest in open access options with the introduction of JAX Gold. JAX Gold will be a fully open access journal and has no charges to read or download articles. This journal is an opportunity for us to support scientists and researchers who are required to publish only in a completely open access journal. JAX Gold joins our portfolio of open access journals that include ACS Central Science and ACS Omega. JAX Gold will publish multidisciplinary work that highlights research from across chemistry fields. The journal will also follow in the footsteps of the Journal of the American Chemical Society's tradition of emphasizing work with a broad impact and relevance to the global chemistry community. SciMeetings is a new platform for showcasing scientific presentations and posters. This was introduced by ACS Publications back in March. SciMeetings allows poster authors to create a digital record of their scientific presentations from conferences and share it with a global audience through a searchable, indexed, and free to access portal. This service provides a timely option for presenters to share their work beyond the conference, and is also helpful when meetings are postponed, delayed, or canceled, such as our own ACS spring meeting that was to be held in Philadelphia, PA back in March. We adopted SciMeetings and we were able to showcase more than 14,000 posters and talks that were originally scheduled for this event. Currently, submissions are linked to specific conferences, and we're working to introduce institution sections so authors' work can be linked back to their institution. And finally, I just want to say ACS Publications, we're very pleased to be sponsoring the NASIG conference again this year. And I thank you very much for your time. I think questions are at the very end of the session, but feel free to contact me by email at a_Clinton@acs.org if you have any offline questions that you may want to ask. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Andrew. Dave Solano from De Gruyter is up next. I'm gonna give you all a minute to sharing screens around.
How's that?
Looks good. Thanks, Dave.
All right, thank you. Okay, big thanks to NASIG and to everyone in the audience for joining today. My name is Dave Solano from De Gruyter, and I'll be presenting to you De Gruyter's University Press Library, a strategic solution for overcoming a complex university press ebook ecosystem. To start, a bit of a background on the complex university press ecosystem that this university press library addresses. There we go. The university press ebook ecosystem includes a network of suppliers, in other words, university presses, which are represented all the way to the left there, distributors and their business models, which are represented by the two columns in the middle, and ultimately customers, which are libraries all the way on the right-hand side. One could assume by this graphic that there's also competition, especially when it comes to authorship and distribution. At a glance, a novice might describe this ecosystem as nothing special and maybe even simple. However, just like most biological and business ecosystems, the university press ebook ecosystem is anything but. The complexity of this ecosystem is quite expansive and creates multiple pain points for libraries and presses alike. On the library side of things, this complex ecosystem leads to a number of pain points that can be categorized under the heading messy, costly, and uncertain acquisition. Such pain points include not knowing what portion of the front list from a particular press will be available and in what format on an annual basis, and also costly duplicate purchasing. On the university press side of things, this complex ecosystem leads to a number of pain points that can be categorized under the heading lack of support for the low-use scholarly monograph. Such pain points range from loss of valuable and historically relied upon print revenue to struggling to figure out what models and partner alignments will lead to the largest benefit for that particular press. Enter DeGrooter's strategic solution for addressing this messy ecosystem, and that is our University Press Library. Through DeGrooter's University Press Library, libraries are now able to purchase complete front lists of many prestigious North American university presses with all titles available in multi-use format with no digital rights management, all on one platform. Based on the results of a pilot that led to the creation of this official business model and the pain points that presses and libraries that participated noted, we feel strongly that this way forward is unique and one that is sustainable, not only for presses, but also for purchasing libraries. The DeGrooter's University Press Library now has 3 prestigious North American university presses, which we provide individual representation for. This quote unquote individual representation is important as it highlights DeGrooter as being different from other organizations as we don't aggregate this university press content. Rather, we focus our efforts from press to press, thus making the respective university proud in each and every instance, something that we promise all of our partners. So why the University Press Library for your library? There are a number of reasons why that we feel are strategic and significant for your library to consider. To start, we all recognize the previously mentioned presses as prestigious and world-renowned. However, it's worth noting that these presses continue to build upon their reputations, as evidenced by the publishing awards they continue to receive. Just a few examples from 2019 are summarized here. The University Press Library also provides purchasing libraries a trusted source of top quality content that spans not only the humanities and social sciences, but also many other areas important to contemporary curriculum, as summarized on the bottom of this slide. And speaking of relevant topics, here are some sample titles from subjects that are certainly significant in today's world, including equity, diversity, and inclusion, as well as the environment and sustainability. As you can see from the press clippings on this slide, a number of North American university presses have struggled in recent years, and some have even closed. When considering how important the scholarly output is from these presses, especially during this time of upheaval, it is also important to keep in mind where library dollars are going. In the case of DeGrooter's University Press Library, you can rest assured that the vast majority of these dollars spent goes towards sustaining the respective presses, a true socially conscious investment. Finally, your library should consider DeGrooter's University Press Library due to our business model. A business model through all of the points listed here provides the most complete digital record for each participating press. And a business model that I am now proud to say is held accountable via our high quality care standards. Standards that ensure that the purchased collections will be complete, easily discoverable, and used, thus allowing your institution to get the most out of your investment. And with that, I'd like to thank everyone once again for listening to me, and I look forward to your questions at the end.
Thanks, Dave. Right. Next up, we have Heather Piwawar from R Research.
Super. Hi, everybody. Okay. Share screen. Good. Can you all see that?
Yep. You're good.
Awesome. Okay. Let me just get my timer going. Everybody, thrilled to be here. I don't know if you've heard of Unsub. If you haven't heard about it, I'm going to give you a bit of an overview. And if you have, I'm going to tell you a bit more about it. Okay. So my name's Heather. Our research is a nonprofit. We're all about open source, open data, open access. So all of that these days is super cool, but it's not the coolest thing. Unsub is the coolest thing, and I'm about to tell you more about that. So put on your seatbelts. You might have heard of Unpaywall. It is an open legal index of open access, and you are probably already using Unpaywall. It is the main source of links to open access copies in Web of Science, Scopus, ProQuest Summon, Dimensions, OCLC, and so on. In fact, your university might have it turned on in its link resolver, or you might have the handy dandy free browser extension installed. It looks like this little link, this little icon that pops up green whenever you're on a publisher page, and we found a legal open access copy in a green repository somewhere. About 250,000 people have installed this over the last 2 years. So that's Unpaywall. We're the company behind that. And the way that it works is we find all the links for green open access copies, the links in journals, merge that with Crossref metadata, and have this great big database, which we use to fuel open access links in all those places. We've actually authored a few papers looking at trends based on this open access data. So one a few years ago is this one called The State of OA, which you can check out. And another one was just earlier this year looking at the future of open access. And we learned some really interesting things. So specifically right now, about half of all uses of articles can be fulfilled by legal open access right now. And furthermore, if trends just keep going the way they have pre-COVID, it will be about 70% of all uses of articles will be open access in 5 years. Okay, so 50% now, 70% in 5 years. And that's not articles, that's use. Now, what if we flip that on its head? That means that right now, half of all articles have to be purchased, and 5 years from now, only 30% have to be purchased, right? And so that, of course, is why your subscription prices keep dropping. Just wanted to fill you in on that little detail. So of course, your subscription prices aren't dropping, right? And this is an opportunity to bring data to your subscription decisions, data that wasn't as important before because open access wasn't a very big component, but it is now. And of course, in the last few months, everybody's thinking about money. Everybody's needing to tighten their belt. And so even this product just launched in November, Unsub just launched in November, but obviously in the last few months, it's become relevant to a lot more libraries, and a lot more urgently relevant as people are doing this belt tightening and figuring out how can they use this growth in open access, as well as other things we'll look at, to find more money in their subscription budgets. How, in fact, can they cancel their big deal with confidence? Because your big deal is a package, is a bundle, and some of the things in there you don't need, and at this point you can't afford. But how do you find out what that is? We help you. So when you've looked at subscription value in the past, which of course everybody has, the normal things to include in that are looking at usage measured by downloads and cost as measured by subscriptions. So all we're doing is we're bringing some more data to that assessment of your subscription value. So we're looking at not just usage, sorry, not just downloads for usage, but also citations and authorship information. For cost, not just the cost of subscription, but the cost of ILL, because of course you want to make sure the faculty and students can get the research they need, even if you don't subscribe. So we need to factor in that alternative, that other cost. And then alternative access. You shouldn't pay for free, which means you shouldn't pay for open access, for the perpetual access you've already got, for ResearchGate, potentially other things like that. That's your real subscription value. And so we've got a forecast model to project your costs and fulfillment for every journal for the next 5 years. That's what Unsub is. The open access at the time of use, the back file at the time of use, we do all that complicated math for you and bring it all together into this forecast model. So you just bring your counter JR1 and we bring everything else. It's called Unsub. It looks like this. This is a scenario. It's a histogram of cost per use. I'm just blowing by this really quickly just to whet your appetite. You can drill into all the gory numbers. You can drill into a journal to look at the details there. This is the homepage. I encourage you to go check it out. It only costs $1,000 a year right now. We're a nonprofit. Our goal is to help libraries bring data to make the changes they need to make in scholarly communication. So right now, it costs $1,000 a year for a given institution. All it takes to get started is one counter file. That's it. You can optionally improve your model after that, but that's all it takes to get going. 300 libraries are using it already, more than 300. And again, we just launched in November. Including, as you might have read, SUNY is one of our earliest customers. They did an Elsevier cancellation. They're saving millions of dollars, and they say that it changed the conversation for them. They're not the only ones saying this. I encourage you to go check it out. It's at unsub.org. There's a free demo there, a video tour, a discussion group where you can ask questions as well as after here, and follow us on Twitter. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Heather. All right, next up I have Paula Brewster from EBSCO. And I'm going to try this again. I'm going to share the screen. I will share. Share. All right, Paula, are you ready?
All right, thank you very much, everyone. I am Paula Brewster, and I'm a regional sales manager for EBSCO Information Services. I work on the subscription services side of EBSCO. And today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about SmartLinks Plus. Go ahead, Megan. So what do your users really want? Well, of course, right now, as they're working remotely, your patrons are looking for quick and easy access to the content that you've invested in. And EBSCO is a subscription vendor, and we're also a database provider. And because we are unique in this way, we are able to offer you this quick, easy access to content that you are subscribing to and paying, quite frankly, a lot of money for. Go ahead. One of the things that we are providing you behind the scenes is a linking service called SmartLinks Plus. So if you are an EBSCO subscription customer and you also purchase EBSCO host databases, what we are doing is automatically linking your EBSCO resources together. What that means is we are automatically linking your eJournal content to the EBSCO host resources that you are subscribing to. So for customers who are purchasing eJournals and eJournal packages, the good news is that without you having to do anything behind the scenes, this is automatically happening for you as an added value service. Go ahead.
Oh, no. Hold on. Okay.
So what are SmartLinks Plus? Whoops, can you go back one screen?
You bet. Okay.
Okay. What these are links that we set up behind the scenes. When eJournals were brand new several years ago, we created a service behind the scenes that would enable this linking for our EBSCO customers, allowing you to link from your journals while you're searching within your EBSCO host resources. Go ahead, Megan. SmartLinks Plus are links that are supported by a very large knowledge base of 34 million article links. So as your searchers are doing a search in EBSCOhost, they are also searching your eJournal collection. We know that you have purchased that eJournal from EBSCO, so we're able to actually link them to the article level of the content of that eJournal. Go ahead. So if you're doing a search within an EBSCO resource, and in this case, we're searching PsycInfo, the results will bring back full text. And as you can see, the linked full text limiter has been checked. What you should look for is that linked full text icon. When you see that, that is an eJournal that you are subscribing to from EBSCO. If you click on that link, go ahead, Megan. As you can see, there are a few here. It will take you right to the full access or the content of that article. Go ahead and click on that, please. And it will take the patron right to the article level. This is a seamless way to get to all of the content that you're subscribing to seamlessly for your students, especially now when your students are searching at home. This is great to know that they're going to be getting to the very collection that you are subscribing to and paying a great deal of money for. We realize that this is an added value for you. The good news is you don't have to do anything to make this work behind the scenes. It's all set up for you and working. If you can click the next screen. Smart Links is working behind the scenes of a lot of the resources that you might be subscribing to. For instance, if you're subscribing to Springer titles, this is an approximate number of titles that are available in these various indexes that you might already have on subscription. Wiley is another example. These are indexes that you might be subscribing to that have a lot of Wiley content. And finally, another example is Sage. If you're subscribing to any of these indexes, there's a lot of Sage content available in all of these, and your users will get access to the content that you own for all of these resources. Taylor and Francis is the final example. Thank you.
Thanks, Paula. All right, that was, let me stop sharing. That was my timer. We're at time. Let me see if there are any Q&As that came in. I'm not seeing any pending questions or open questions. Just as a reminder, we will keep the NASIG forum open and keep an eye on what's the questions that come in through there and monitoring for any questions that you might think of later. I hope you'll join us again in 10 minutes for our next session. And thank you again to all of our sponsors and to today's speakers in our sponsor lightning session. We appreciate everything that y'all contributed to help make the conference freely available for everyone. Thanks, y'all.
Thanks, Megan.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
Linus, Elizabeth, and Michelle, I've allowed each of you to talk.
That was a good session with the sponsor that just finished.
The only thing missing from Heather's session is we couldn't see the green t-shirt.
Love it.
We got to figure out our digital version of coffee. I think the afternoon lull is kicking in for folks.
Need some water.
Yeah, just a quick reminder again, folks want to raise their hand. And we will love to chat. In the back channel, we did get our it's 5 o'clock somewhere comment already. So let's see. We did have a question earlier, a couple questions about participation certificates. I don't know if someone on the NASIG side on the one of the committees wants to chime in on that, because I don't know if we posted that information anywhere on whether we'd be issuing certificates to participants.
I know the person who answered it in typing is not able to speak because has the software going to transcribe everything. Although right now, I guess it would be okay. It was not something that we talked about, but I think that we can try to work something out. So in the chat, she'd put in an email of who to, in the Q&A, and a contact email if you need to get a participation certificate.
Thanks.
I was just asked this morning to look at an email about unsub, so the presentation couldn't have been more timely.
Great. I don't know if you caught that, Heather. There was a quick comment about unsub.
Yeah, no, sorry. Can you say it again?
I was just saying, I was just asked this morning by my director. He sent me an email, sent it to myself and our electronic resources librarian to look at a presentation via link from unsub. Tell her what we thought about it. So your presentation couldn't have been more timely.
I love it. Great. Well, have a look and we'd love to answer questions. You can send us an email. Our email address is on the site there. Love to answer if you've got any questions.
All right, I will do it.
Good. You're welcome.
The official ice cream break, Jennifer, is on Thursday, but you of course should be having ice cream now. And this is showing real dedication, Lisa, for being awake at this at 21:18.
Indeed.
I don't need much encouragement when it comes to ice
Hey, Jennifer, it's been a while. Okay, there are too many recommendations here for appropriate snacks and beverages right now. I'm gonna have to mute for a moment and partake. All right, so here we have an anchor steam from San Francisco. I don't know if we have any IPA fans. Who have tasted anchor steam.
I would take anchor steam over iron brew for sure. I've tasted both.
I'll take the vote of confidence. And thanks for the encouragement here from Lisa. Yep, it's almost 10 o'clock in Scotland. The Madison announcement is pretty cool. I've been to Madison once and had an incredible time. A cute town, but also has a lot going on. And so I'm looking forward to that. And travel is getting pretty interesting. I did see something where an airline started to remove middle seats. And so when things do resume to normal, should be pretty interesting to get places.
We'll be posting vendor slides in Sched, and I think through Sched you can contact them. I'm not positive, so I think if you didn't get the contact information written down from them during their sessions, check back to Sched. And it looks like it's time for our next session.
Great. Thanks again, everyone. We'll be moving you back to the mute position.
Okay, hello, everybody. We're getting ready to start the session, What Patrons Really Want in Their Streaming Media, using focus groups to better understand emerging collections use, presented by Kate Hill, a library services engineer with EBSCO. And as we've been doing today, we're using the Zoom Q&A for questions during the session. Afterwards, we hope you'll participate in the online discussion forum, which again is located on the NASIG website, if you have additional questions or comments about this session. And please note the NASIG's Code of Conduct applies to all discussions and presentations. Links to the forum and our Code of Conduct are also available on the NASIG website. And you can find us on Twitter using hashtag NASIG2020, and we hope to see you there. And we'd like to thank our NASIG sponsors very much for helping make our online conference freely available. And I'm going to now pass this over to Kate.
Great. Thank you all so much. I'm going to attempt to share my screen and you can see my email first, apparently. Hold a second. Here we go. Getting it to the right tab. There we go. Okay. Now we should be able to share it. So share. And then we're going to go to the present, actually get this full screen. Sorry, I apparently talk through all of my stuff, so that's fine. sorry, of course, when I'm actually looking at things, I'm like, my brain's now not working. There we go. Hi, everyone. I'm hoping you all can see my screen and hear me. I am today presenting on a project that I did not while at EBSCO. I was till about 3 months ago, the electronic resources librarian at the University of North Carolina at Greensboro. And so what I will be talking about today is in relation to that position. But today I am going to be talking about some work that we did with focus groups to really explore the growth of streaming media and the use of streaming media at UNCG. And so the general idea is, this is what I'm going to be covering. I'm going to be talking a little bit about what streaming is at UNCG, what the collection looks like and our practices, and then I'll be going a bit into describing what focus groups are, our particular methodology, and then of course the important part, which are the results. And my animal this time, I always have an animal for all of my presentations I give at conferences, is the pika from North America Rockies and other mountains. This last year, I was very fortunate to go to the Tetons and I saw one in person. It was one of the best things of my life. And I am reflecting back on that glorious time when we could all travel, and hopefully I'll cheer you up a little bit with adorable lagomorphs. UNCG is a medium-sized public library. We are about public university library. We're about 20,000 students who go there in Greensboro, North Carolina. We have been focused on electronic resources from a pretty early time. Tim Bucknell there actually created one of the first electronic resource management systems, along with Beth Bernhardt, our former associate head of collections. And so the e-resources have been a very important part of UNCG's library culture, and we've been early adopters. We've also been focusing more on electronic resources in general because our distance education program has exploded. UNCG Online is our fully online program, but we've found that at least half of our students take an online class every semester, even if they're physically on campus. So being able to have online things like streaming media has, in the last 5 years especially, really grown in importance. And of course, now it's even more important. So this is what our collection kind of looks like. We started purchasing streaming media over 10 years ago. We were, again, pretty early adopters of having streaming media in our collections with things like Ambrose and DocuSeek, some of the early documentary subscription services. We really have been exploring the many ways to get streaming media and streaming film to our faculty and students. We have traditional subscriptions in which we get access to everything. We've also been doing EBM and EBA, so evidence-based management collections for things like Alexander Street Press and Film Platform. And then we've also been doing mediated service, which means that faculty have to, it's limited to faculty, and faculty have to request that they can have access to a film for a particular class, and then we purchase that individual film for usually a year. And those are for Canopy and Swank due to high demand and high cost. So we have a lot of streaming media. We've been pretty active in finding out what the new streaming film programs are and purchasing them and experimenting with them. And we've actually seen our usage going quite up in the last 2 years, especially. In fact, in 2019, our Canopy use, I think a lot of people had this, went up so much that we spent over $65,000 on Canopy titles, not really planning for that. So our streaming media usage is going way up. We also did a survey that is actually going to be talked about in a paper coming out soon in Serial's review, I believe, that is talking about streaming, that was talking at what faculty know about distance education and programs and electronic resources they can use. And we found that faculty really, though they knew kind of about streaming media, they weren't very familiar with it. So we saw both that usage was going up, but that faculty seemed to have a gap in their knowledge, even though we had put out a marketing campaign about streaming media to get usage up So we had all of this, and we said the survey that showed faculty were using it but weren't quite clear about it and had a lot of misconceptions. And so we decided that we were going to do focus groups. Um, focus groups are very useful from a qualitative research perspective, especially after you've done a survey or after you've done a kind of broader examination of the field. Then you kind of do a deep dive into the why of the results that you're seeing. So that's what focus groups are really great for, is understanding the how and why and opinions of the people that, of faculty in this case, but of whoever you're interested in getting the opinions were. So we really wanted to delve that way. Our research goals, we had the very broad research question of, what do instructors need to know about streaming media through UNCG libraries to make effective use of this resource in classes? And that was very broad, so we had some specific goals out of this. We wanted to improve our streaming media guide, that's our kind of main LibGuide, and provide better service and discovery, especially to faculty and students. We wanted to make sure that we were collecting the correct streaming video resources for our faculty and students. And of course, we wanted to figure out how we could better strengthen awareness and what methods of outreach would work best for our faculty. So a little bit about focus groups for people who are not as familiar with them. They usually are groups of about, they're a very common method, as I said, of qualitative research. So they are usually small groups, about 6 to 10 people. They're run by a moderator who is there to usually not yell as much as this Pika is, but to ask numerous open-ended questions to get towards the research goal. The goal is to really be free-flowing and organic in conversation. We want to have a dialogue, basically, between the participants, in which they build off of each other's statements. This actually can be pretty tricky, though, because you also need to have them keep on topic. And the moderator is really there not as a teacher or anything like that, but as a guide, as a person to help people keep on topic, and as a person to probe if questions, if questions are just getting a non-response. We also had observers there. You usually have observers. Observers are usually the people who are actually interested in running the study. The moderator is often someone who is not directly associated with the study, so they have a less of a biased approach. And the observers, they take notes, listen, and perhaps answer questions and confusions at the end of the study. They usually run about an hour, and you usually like to get multiple groups. Again, you're also looking for often a bit more of a focused type of collection of participants. You're usually looking at you often are going to be targeting specific people for this, or demographics for this, more than you might in a survey. So I'm just going to quickly go through the kind of questions we asked. These are our intro questions we used to kind of warm up the experience, and also to kind of get an idea of where faculty actually were in their comfort with streaming media, both personally and academically. Then we asked questions about classroom use. We wanted to know, for the first question, for example, we wanted to understand the thought process of why they chose what they chose in terms of content. We were also interested in knowing when they decided on the content and how, so we would know if we were providing instructions for faculty to embed in the right places or link in the right places that they wanted to link or embed, or we knew when to push marketing or content in for updates of content. We also looked at discovery of research. This is basically how did faculty actually find out about things. And then finally, we asked some technical questions that were of special interest to me as an e-resources librarian. I wanted to know if there were any technical errors or things that were causing a lot of problems that we needed to address in a more consistent fashion. So we, in terms of methodology, we tried to get about 5 to 10 faculty for 2 sessions, one during lunch and one during break, and we tried to tempt them to come not with delicious flowers, but with delicious pizza and delicious coffee, and then gift cards for delicious coffee. We did this first in the spring semester of 2019, but we didn't get enough people. There just weren't enough people signed up. We tried again in the fall semester of 2019. We got a lot more results this time. So apparently people were a lot more in the mood for pizza in the fall or something. We then, once we kind of got that set up, we did a targeted reach out to faculty. We were specifically targeting faculty who we knew had used streaming media in the past, because that's where our questions were really focused on. So we had the mediated service of Swank for many years and had just started actually mediating our Canopy service. So we had those emails and we sent those we contacted the faculty who had requested those films. Myself, along with two of our acquisitions folks, also went through our emails and found all of the people who had asked us about getting streaming films. So we had contacted those folks as well. And then we also worked with Beth Bernhardt, as I said, at that point, Associate Dean of Collections, as she let us know who she had worked with a lot in the past about streaming film, and we contacted those faculty as well. So we had, when we got set up, we had, as I said, 2 sessions. Our moderator was Elizabeth Ellis, an intern in our assessment program. And then it was myself and Christine Fisher, our head of technical services. We took notes and watched, and we're probably not as cute as these pikas, but we tried. We also tried, I think we recorded these sessions completely. And we also were there to answer questions at the end, which was really hard. Faculty really liked to ask us questions and wanted confirmation if they were right on something. And you're not supposed to teach during these focus groups. And it was incredibly challenging, but I think we did a okay job. We also got demographic information, specifically looking at the department that the faculty member was from. And we had them, of course, sign a permission form that we could record them. All of this did go through our IRB process. So what worked? Faculty were engaged and had things to say. They kept the discussion mostly on target and were very open to sharing their opinions. Nothing got super off topic, so we feel like our questions, and our moderator, Elizabeth, was amazing. The faculty that did come represented especially ended up representing a wide variety of uses of an experience with streaming media, which was really nice. We had everything from a person who basically just used one thing that a librarian had recommended to her and that she used in her class every year, to people who were very, very experienced finding streaming media and using it. So that allowed for a really good discussion. So we feel that the replies fit the questions. We did a good job on the question writing and a good job on that demographic. We did get some confused answers. However, we found that the faculty were very much in an academic mode and couldn't break out of it. So even if we asked about personal use or things like that, they really were not interested in answering those questions. We also, the big thing is we didn't get as many faculty as we wanted, especially at the second one, which was in the afternoon. We were supposed to get 5 faculty and only 2 showed up and only 1 on time. We had to basically run that session twice. It was fine, but it was not what we were aiming for. We also didn't get any faculty from the business school or the education school, which was unfortunate because those are 2 of our larger schools, and I would have loved to see them represented. Seriously, if anyone has an idea of how to make faculty show up for things that they've already signed up for, besides prayer, please let me know. It is something that I have been working on. We did find a lot more success with our lunch session. I think that if we did this again, we would only schedule over lunch. It seemed to just work better and give people more time. We were going to engage with our liaisons more. I think if we had reached out and worked with our liaisons who know those faculty particularly, we could have maybe particularly made sure we were getting a more even distribution of faculty. And we also wanted to start recruiting earlier. So this is just a very brief thing about what we did and how I got to these results. We took all of our notes, all of our recordings for the 3 of us. We tabulated them. We put them in a big sheet. We made sure we got rid of duplication. And then I went through and coded these into these general categories with these different responses. So that's what I'm looking at now. It was a coding project. So just making sure, oh, didn't mean to pop that up. So just making sure what our departments were. As you can see, we had mostly social sciences and humanities. We did have some folks, a person from public health and a person from nutrition, which I was very happy to see that we did get some of the health sciences represented, as those are the largest school on our campus. So we had this is the fun results time, which means, yay, it's graphs. Everyone loves graphs. So why did people use streaming media? So the major answer the faculty told us was it really helped increase the students' curiosity and engagement. This was usually tied with things like complements reading and cultural exposure. These were often mentioned together. Again, these are all kind of content related things. And these are the things that faculty really focused on. One history professor said, students today are not experienced readers. We can reel the students into the course with streaming video. It's a gateway to reading. So that is where they felt streaming media was valuable in terms of basically making their classes more engaging and making students able to engage with cultures and readings in an easier fashion. However, that's kind of similar for any kind of film. The ones that were really specific to streaming film were that people also were not as mentioned, but they did feel that they was easier for students to use in terms of that they could go to it at any time. There could be multiple people. They didn't have to go into the library and check out a DVD and then watch it. It was just a lot more flexible. They also said that it was student directed. We believe that was usually in reference to students finding films on YouTube and then sharing it with faculty, but they liked that aspect of it. So this is useful for us to understand both why, maybe a little bit about what type of content we might be looking at, because the cultural exposure was not just anthropology. That was public health, that was English, that was history. So that seems to be a really important part of what people are looking for. Maybe that explains our huge amount of foreign films that always are recommended, but also that people are looking for the flexibility. So faculty are, the good thing here, how faculty are finding films, you can see that we've got LibGuides, librarians, and the catalog as our top results. So faculty do seem to know that they should go through the library to find films, which is useful. There's only 2 who use our LibGuide, which is kind of our main thing that we'd like faculty to use. So it means shows that it probably needs to be emphasized. But as you'll see, so good, they know to come to the library, but we also have this here for YouTube. Faculty did mention that they used YouTube to find things, unsurprisingly, and this is especially, as I said, where student-directed questions come from. One faculty member said, YouTube provides a level playing field. Students are encouraged to keep exploring and exploring. And faculty agreed that YouTube was just easier to use. We also looked at what kind of content outside of, so we've got the cultural interest and we've got the complements reading, but we also looked at other types of content. What platforms were they mentioning, whether they like, and what other type things associated with content. Not a huge amount there. We did get 3 people mentioned short segments, and this got general nods of approval from pretty much everyone else. Faculty said that they just felt that things that they could films that were able to divide it into a lot of different sections were much easier to show than things that were a 60-minute film. That was a lot harder to fit into their content. So they said that was really valuable for them to be able, a platform needed to be able to have like chapters almost of film. There also was general agreement that older content is not desired, and in fact, it's something that will really turn students and faculty off. So if we're purchasing something, looking at the fact that it can be divided and looking into the fact that it has new content and is not just a repackaging of older content, even if it is a new platform, is valuable. Canopy was the most mentioned platform. This is likely because, as I said, we had just gone to mediated for Canopy after a huge amount of use, and faculty were not happy. One faculty member called Canopy the Netflix for academia, which I'm sure makes all librarians feel happy. So that was by far the biggest mention. I do think it's because it is because of that big thing that just happened with it on our campus. But Swank was also very well mentioned, as was YouTube. So so another thing I want to spend a good amount of time on is issues. So we specifically asked about issues in a question, but they came up all over the place. And as you can see here, Canopy, again, I'm not going to repeat much, but Canopy, again, #1 issue. Faculty said that the biggest issue for them moving to a mediated service was that they could not preview the content anymore. And this led to a discussion basically of how important it is to be able to preview content, because they do not feel comfortable showing their students a new film if they've not seen it previously. Numerous things, people were up in arms about this. People wanted other databases to be cut. One person commented, "I am here on the behalf of my entire department to fight in any way possible for Canopy access." Accessibility was another big thing that came up. This was really in terms of closed captioning. Faculty did tell us that they would not use a program or a video if it did not have closed captioning available. So that's something to also keep in mind if we're purchasing films, that they will likely not get used or be ignored if they do not have that accessibility available. In terms of discovery, another issue that came up was that there was a lot of complaints about the challenges of being able to browse films easily or know what collections held good films for each discipline. So faculty felt, one, overwhelmed and they didn't know where to start, even though we have worked to try to put a lot of this information in our catalog. I think this ties in well to another major issue, which was YouTube is easier, which we already kind of talked about. Of course, the YouTube is easier issue brings up other questions. 4 faculty members mentioned that they had trouble with YouTube content disappearing in the middle of classes or between classes. So they felt like it wasn't really stable, even though it was easy to use. And this had actually caused them a lot of stress. And I can tell you that I have received numerous emails from faculty going, "I am teaching a class tomorrow and all of my content is gone." Which ties into another issue. Faculty did not consider this an issue, but I do. We asked about comfortableness with copyright, and only one faculty member mentioned that they were comfortable with it. When asked about copyright, the general response was, "I assume the library handles copyright, or if I'm violating them, I don't know anything for education." So most of them had nothing to say because they had lack of knowledge, and they had a belief that their educational use would protect them in any way. Finally, in good news, there really wasn't that many technical issues reported. Two faculty said that they had very sporadic student issues with going off campus and logging in, but it really didn't seem to be an issue. And faculty were in general very pleased with how smoothly the electronic resources and streaming media worked. So in terms of lessons from this, it seems that the main issues were when they could not get the content they wanted, or when the content did not support their students in terms of accessibility. The use of YouTube and complaints in terms of discovery mean it's an area we need to focus on in terms of making our films easier to search by subject and title, making sure their metadata is in the catalog if we want faculty to find them, and the faculty had know one place they can turn, which I would say would be the catalog. We could also make more specific guides for different areas, but I would say that what we need to do is work with our liaisons to make sure that streaming media is highlighted. We also need to do a better job of copyright outreach, especially around the issues of YouTube and copyright violation, and why one might need to go through the library. We can't really compete with YouTube in terms of how easy it is, but I think that there's a place of being able to convince them why, even though it's easier, it might get them into trouble and leave them in a lurch as compared to library resources. So finally, many of these issues appear to come from a lack of knowledge. And so then we were looking at how we could do this for outreach. When we asked faculty about outreach, the first group agreed that in-person workshops would be the most valuable. They were really interested in knowing more about collections, what collection is best for what topic, and what barriers might exist. They all wanted the fall semester in the end of September because they said spring was just far too busy. They emphasized, this was before the exciting world of the pandemic, that there is just something about talking face to face. I think we would all agree with that. There were also 2 faculty members in the second session who said that they felt that in-person workshops should be handled for people newer to streaming film, and then emails from librarians should be sent up for advanced users to just update them about what new content was coming out or any updates that needed to happen. Again, they both said if in-person workshops happened, they needed to be in either the summer or the fall, and that spring was too busy. So I have not been at UNCG for 3 months, but as I was leaving, I was working on updating the LibGuide specifically to mention what types of material are available. And we were working to do a large overhaul. A next step would also be doing these workshops in the fall, which we were also working on trying to get together. Of course, these would probably now need to be online. And then finally, a better liaison connection, working with liaisons so they emphasize these streaming films and know what our collections are a little bit better so they can recommend this to different faculty when those questions come up. So that's it. I am very happy to take any questions if we've got time.
Thanks, Kate. So I don't know if you have access to the questions.
I can see, yes.
Okay, or I'm happy to read them too, so.
I am looking through them right now. Okay,
great.
So once you have popularized these resources, how will you handle likely budget cuts that include them? Yeah. So we did do, as I said, a decent marketing campaign. And as you can see, we did experience, that wasn't even a budget cut, but the fact that the increased popularity of the things like Canopy got out of control. So I think that one of the things that we are going to do, and I can't speak to them what they're going to do now, but I think one of the things that I would have done is, again, looked for more EBM or EBA purchase models. So we would only be purchasing ones that we actually were using. Probably moving as many as possible to mediated. So there's access there, but it's not all access. And then it's, again, looking at usage. There were some ones that just weren't that popular that I think could be easier to cut. I can mention, like, they of course weren't the big package ones. Of course, Swank and Canopy, which are like 2 of the most expensive ones, were the most popular because it's how it always works. But a few of our films, like Digitalia and actually Films on Demand, were not that popular. So there were areas that I think you could focus on cutting. Okay, so Films on Demand seems to do well with allowing of short segments, but the content is somewhat dated. It is. That's why it wasn't that popular. So hazy streaming. So of course, I'm trying to think. DocuSeek does. Canopy is pretty good in terms of dividing it into chapters. Swank, you can't at all. Feature films, you really can't divide into segments, I've found. I would have to go back and look. Those are the ones that stick out on the top of my head from having used them, that they are good at doing short segments. I found, like the popular ones are not as good in terms of like feature films, and foreign films are usually not as good in terms of the chapters. It tends to be better with documentaries. Okay. I looks like people have answered that. Because I'm like, I did not have issues with Canopy billing, but I don't know if others have. Okay, let's see. Would you give some examples of liaisons? So liaisons are the words that what we use basically for, that was jargon, and I apologize about that. that is basically a person who is a liaison to different departments. So it's basically our reference and outreach and instruction librarians. We call them liaisons at UNCG. So they are, and we use something called a liaison model, in which faculty, our reference librarians are kind of targeted towards different subject areas and are working in a very close connection with their departments. They're focused less on collection, a lot less on collecting and a lot more on outreach. So when I'm talking about working with liaisons, I'm talking with our outreach and reference folks who are assigned to different departments to have them reach out to those departments since they are teaching and working extremely closely with all the faculty. Do you load streaming video as MARC or as knowledge-based collections? We load them as, so UNCG uses OCLC, World Share Management, as its collection, its discovery and ILS. So we would load them as knowledge-based collections, which then with OCLC do pull in the MARC records once those are brought in. So that is a specific thing to OCLC. But so yes, we use them as knowledge-based collections. What do I think of academic video online in comparison with films on demand? I think that I think academic video online, earlier this year, they had a last year, they had a refresh in the way that the user interface, and it is a much better user interface. It is much cleaner. It is much nicer than films on demand. Films on demand still feels kind of old and outdated. So I think that faculty, when I've talked to them, feel they just really do respond better to that clean design. So in terms of content, I really think it's what you're going for, but I think that academic video online has better historical content and has better, tends to have some newer content. I feel like films on demand, as I said, is really often a bit old. The one thing that films on demand has recently is that it has been having the PBS videos on it, and that's kind of a big deal. Sorry, there's a lot of questions. Let me know when I need to stop.
Now, the next one I wanted to ask, we're the last session of the day, and yes, I was checking with the host and wanting to know if you're okay to finish these or
I'm good with that.
Yeah, but just be I guess just be mindful of everyone's time. There may be some folks who do have to jump off. And
exactly. And I'm happy to just answer these questions now or in the forum. It really is what y'all want. But I can,
I think folks are still all logged on, and
I'll
there's not that
rolling.
many left. So yeah,
I'll keep on rolling. So did you have faculty members of the faculties of medicine, nursing, or public health? Yes, we did. We had a public health faculty member represented, and we had our nutrition, which is actually tied in with our medical school here as well. So we did have our medical area represented, which was really good. Yes, I have, academic videos online, lots of great clips. Have you any experience with this product? Yes, I do. I just forgot that it did. Do Swink and Canopy not allow for any previews? They do not. Okay, so I will admit the last time I used them was in March. So if they have from now on, I do not know. But when I last used them, they did not allow for previews if mediated. You could not preview the film at all. We have been talking to UNCG was talking to Canopy especially about the issues that this caused our faculty. And we were not getting a huge amount of traction on that. I don't know where that is now, but that was something that we were in conversation with Canopy, at least, to let them know that that is a very vital thing for our faculty. I don't know if Swank would move much. Since they are focused on feature films, that seems to be really locked down in terms of licensing and use. The film companies have a lot of lawyers. So I think that with that, we really even haven't tried to push for that. So, okay, most of its other comments also, but I'll just read them out. Films on Demand and Swank are doing a pilot allowing ILL for streaming video. Whoa, that is so, okay, sorry, that is so cool. Anyway, wow, that's awesome. You should do a presentation of that because I want to know all about that because that sounds amazing. Yes, Films on Demand did lose its PBS titles, and it's been a deep concern. It's because PBS has decided to make their own platform, but they don't really make it very available to libraries, so it's not great. But that's what happened. So yeah, that kind of hurt Films on Demand even more. Awesome. That was so many good questions.
Thanks, Kate, so much for staying and answering them. And thank you for your presentation. And thanks to all of you who attended. And just a reminder that this session and the others are recorded and they will be posted to our YouTube channel. And if you have any questions that weren't covered in the Q&A, you can add them to the forum and Kate will monitor them through June 2020. And that's it for the first day of our NASIG 2020 conference. We hope you join us tomorrow for more sessions. The complete schedule is at nasigg2020.sched.com, where you can also find links to the discussion forum and information and social forum, pre-recorded sessions, and our YouTube channel. And I'll pass it over to the host or Tony to take it from there. Thanks.
I don't think there's anything else, unless Tony has something. Closing words.
No, I'm just going to hang out here and say bye to everyone.
I'll stop the recording, and if people want to chat a bit longer.
Wendy, thank you for that, because I had it that I was supposed to hit record and I realized I jumped in with my intro and forgot. So you obviously were on that button.
Yeah, thanks for all the presenters and everyone just for paying so much attention and focusing and having good discussion in spite of everything happening in the country today. It's a really strong start to this year's virtual conference and looking forward to tomorrow. We had about 900 people at our peak, which is amazing.
That is amazing. And a lot of people stayed all day.
Absolutely.
It's great. It'll be interesting to see the forums.
Carol, you want to say
Hey
something?
there, Tony. This was excellent. And I figured out on the Q&A why I kept losing the questions, because when somebody votes it and clicks the little yay, I like it, it moves it up. And I had to keep scrolling to figure out where the heck everything was. It's driving me crazy. So I'm glad to have finally figured that out. Just means more scrolling.
So they move between open and answered and up and down. Great.
Yeah, I had the same problem when I was halfway through reading a question out and it jumped. And then that's when I went, and then I had to scroll to find the last part of the question.
Yeah, it's interesting because before we get to the Q&A portion, we try to use the thumbs up just to give